video game convention on Earth is back, and IGN will be there to cover every second.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Gamescom.
The coolest new games.
Tons of world premieres. It's awesome to be here at Gamescom.
Gamescom 2024.
As a massive fan of survival games and Dune, I'll admit to being a bit skeptical about an open-world survival game that takes place on the famously barren planet of Arrakis. But after an hour-long presentation of the upcoming Dune Awakening, those concerns have disappeared entirely. Based on the hands-off showcasing of what's to come when this MMO survival game hits early access later this year, it certainly appears that developer Funcom has taken their hard-won learnings from the underrated Conan Exiles and applied it to this ambitious multiplayer world set in one of sci-fi's most beloved galaxies. Whether it was the impressively detailed character creation options, the intricate RPG systems filled with skill trees and craftables, or the absolute insanity of trying to outrun a Shai-Hulud or escape a massive sandstorm, Dune Awakening appears to be on track to become the sci-fi survival game I've always dreamt of, and I cannot wait to get my hands on it.
Arrakis is a test. Few survive it.
How do you make a survival game set in an utterly desolate wasteland of sand? Well, according to Funcom, the answer lies in the hidden spaces of Arrakis. Described in Frank Herbert's novels, these hidden pockets of shade and refuge are home to life and microbiomes that will be altogether unfamiliar to those who have only seen the movies. But Dune Awakening hopes to lean pretty heavily on their existence to fill the massive desert with things for players to do, whether that be finding a pocket of shelter to build a base in, delving into a cave that's home to hostile creatures, or taking down remote enemy bases in search of loot and resources. In fact, the wide-open empty spaces filled with hot sand might be more of an asset than a hindrance, as it allows for a heat stroke mechanic where players are punished for spending time in direct sunlight with some pretty devastating debuffs, meaning players will instead need to dart from shelter to shelter, battling the elements as they explore the world and its many hidden spaces. Combined with the forever game of the floor is lava that is dodging sandworms of Arrakis, players will need to remain on the move constantly and develop strategies for managing their water reserves, protecting against the heat, and of course, engaging in the never-ending struggle for all-important spice. In one leg of the demo, players work together to claim a massive deposit of spice while keeping an eye out for the ever-looming threat of the Shai-Hulud drawn to their activity in the desert, only to be unexpectedly overwhelmed by a sandstorm instead, which swallowed them and their precious cargo along with them. In another section, a group of players work together to infiltrate a high-level facility filled with rare materials and dangerous enemies, making sure to harvest the blood of fallen baddies to replenish their rapidly depleting water reserves. Before the demo, I had a lot of questions about how a Dune survival game would even work without becoming extremely monotonous in short order, but by the end, I found myself wondering why in the heck someone hadn't made one sooner. Seeing all the clever ways Dune Awakening plans to make brilliant use of Dune's unique lore made me a believer. Beyond the major things Dune Awakening aims to get right, the demo also included all these little details that took my hype to the next level, like how they showed off an incredibly detailed character creation engine that included things like choosing your home planet and origin to decide some of your starting traits and aspects of your appearance, or how the in-depth skill trees and crafting system allowed you to drastically augment your playstyle from a telekinetic mentalist with a bag of supernatural tricks to run-and-gun soldiers with a bag of high explosives. As someone who has spent a good deal of time with the Dune tabletop RPG, dreaming up the characters I'd like to portray in that universe, this looks like it'll scratch an itch I've had for decades, and I absolutely cannot wait to get my hands on it when it hits early access later this year.
Arrakis is a test. Few survive it, but the humans that do awaken.
For more, check out our recent previews of Zenless Zone Zero and Fatal Fury City of Wolves. And for everything else, keep sandwalking with IGN.
The best laid plans of men don't always come to fruition. Man proposes, but God disposes. And then boots you right in the balls.
These two young fellas, I need to find them. One's a smart-ass smith, and the other's a blue-blooded fledgling.
You behave like a spoilt brat.
How dare you speak?
Gentlemen, praise be to our Lord Jesus Christ.
Our Father, there are many sinners in this world. But in the end, we all face your judgment for what we should have done, but lacked the courage to do.
The last time I ran away, I lost everything.
I'm never gonna run from that fucker again.
Kiss our asses!
God, is this retribution for my sins?
To the task!
Come on! To the fucking task.
There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
Playing with nostalgia-laden imagery from the early 2000s, Zenless Zone Zero sees developer Hoyoverse pivot gracefully from the fantastical settings of Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail into an enticing urban dystopia. It's a universe where you'll duke it out in glitzy real-time fights as a trio of streetwear-clad agents, solving simple puzzles as their handler between to help them navigate a labyrinth of encounters. And that's before you get to the carousel of social side activities layered on top. A mouthful of tasteful influences combined into something effortlessly stylish, but also a bit inconsistent, occasionally undone by a lack of depth. Yet, it got its hooks into me regardless. Its relentless charm compelled me to keep fighting, one combat puzzle or bowl of ramen at a time. Zenless Zone Zero takes place in a world where monster-filled pocket dimensions called Hollows have devastated civilization. While much of humanity has been wiped out, the cyberpunk bastion of New Eridu survives through a fraught codependence with the Hollows and the valuable resources found within. You play as either Belle or Wise, a brother-sister hacker duo with a knack for navigating this dangerous territory, tackling commissions from a roster of lovable rogues searching for the next big score. It's a unique and gritty setup that, while convoluted at times, kept me engaged by testing my strategic intuition across a smorgasbord of challenges I became hungry to best.
No worries! We already convinced two problem children! It's time to hear what this guy has to say!
Your brawling excursions embark from the retro tech-strewn backroom of the siblings' video rental store. Here, you'll pick from an impressive roster of unlockable agents to make up a 3-person party and then dive into the perilous hollows, trading success and XP for upgrade resources. I soon found an affinity for the ones from the faction called Victoria Housekeeping, thanks to their charming British inflections and battle-made outfits. My personal favourite of the bunch, the shark-tailed Ellen Jo, swipes and slashes with an icy blade, stacking elemental debuffs on enemies and dropping blasé quips in the process.
Get blessed!
While the makeup of your dream team will largely be in the hands of the gacha gods, as characters are unlocked through the genre's usual method of randomized pulls, it's handy that story missions allow you to try out the cast without the need to pull them first.
Roger that.
Despite how intense it can seem in motion, Zenless Zone Zero's combat is forgiving and approachable. You have a basic attack and a dodge for timely escapes from signposted attacks, as well as the ability to swap to other agents to avoid scrapes, parry, or compound their combos. Building an enemy's daze meter leads to a persistently satisfying chain attack where a colleague swoops in to lay the smackdown.
Target spotted!
Come on, bro! Don't stop now!
Basic and ultimate abilities round out each character's combat options, though like any good action game, there's plenty of variety available through the combination of timely button presses and latent passives. Challenging boss encounters surfaced to test my reflexes, though I rarely felt overwhelmed as long as I could connect the dots of my combat strategy and juggle incoming attack patterns to keep different enemy types at bay. Intricate build tinkering systems, difficulty options, and endgame content help raise the skill ceiling for challenge-hungry players. But Zenless Zone Zero seems content to stay out of your way if you simply want to pick it up and do some flashy moves. Elegant animations footnote most of your attacks, down to the way domestic demon Von Lycaon gracefully lowers his metal heels after a kick. Ultimately, the focus is on indulging the fantasy of fighting with one of the wonderfully designed and passionately voice-acted characters, rather than trying to rival the likes of Devil May Cry with its combat nuance.
Your shift is over!
A trade-off I'm comfortable with, even if it means less mechanical depth. Unfortunately, the dazzling combat is undermined by an overabundance of hacker puzzles, meant to signify the link between your team of agents and the proxy guiding them through the hollow from back home. You'll be kicked into a labyrinth of chunky CRT monitors between pockets of combat, pushing a little avatar around to trigger mechanisms that lead to your next checkpoint or encounter. The fuzzy aesthetics of this mode are delightful to look at, but the process feels arbitrary and murders the momentum. After marching through walls of screens, I started seeking out the next encounter as fast as possible to boost my morale and return to the frenetic action sequences that actually make Zenless Zone Zero compelling.
Think of something, Foxy! New countdown, 4, 3, 2, 1 now.
That hefty loop of taking on commissions and then venturing into the hollow to complete them could easily be all there is, and it wouldn't feel scant, yet, surprisingly, it only accounts for half of what's there. The other half is a life simulator, where you'll roam cozy suburbs, manage your hero's blockbuster-esque business, and maintain relationships with locals through dialogue-driven side stories across an atmospheric day-to-night cycle. While not strictly an open world, Zenless Zone Zero's stunning districts are thoughtfully dressed with environmental details that make them a joy to explore. From rusty riverside kiddie rides to messy bedrooms and vandalized backstreets, there's attention paid everywhere you look, and it helps center you in this fashion-forward science fiction world. Once the initial excitement of exploring the Hollow started to settle, I became drawn to all the extracurricular activities I had at my fingertips. Stocking my video store turned into the nexus of my daily routines. Each morning, I'd start by pairing eclectic videotapes from my collection with the genre demands of the public. After that, I'd need to venture outside in search of better merchandise, completing tasks for locals like solving quirky riddles or taking editorial pictures in order to earn my VHS reward. That symbiotic process worked well to funnel my attention towards the different social activities. Not to mention, the money provided by running my business certainly helped fund my story mission exploits. This side of Zenless Zone Zero isn't quite as focused as something like the Persona series it's so clearly inspired by, so there are some dull spots. But it offers an engaging workload to log in and tackle daily nonetheless. All of your activities are tied together via a helpful submenu called the Internet, which let me find my rhythm amid all the options I was handed. This in-game everything app quickly became my best friend, taking on the role of job finder, social media platform, and most importantly, scheduling tool, ensuring I wasn't completely paralyzed by the overwhelming prospect of what to do next. Shirking my pressing responsibilities, I relished in chasing high scores with the Godfinger arcade, whose Moorish snake and spelunking minigames stole an embarrassing amount of my time.
Game over.
But the funny and sometimes profound sub-stories left the biggest mark, reminding me of the human stakes in this world. Easily forgotten in a sea of adorable shopkeepers and in-game currencies, the underlying frailty of Zenless Zone Zero's post-apocalypse is always in frame. Overarching themes of displacement and corruption come through in the cinematic story and the design of its city wards, which range from dilapidated to gentrified. Given the unusually generous nature of the review build Hoyoverse provided access to ahead of release, which made all currently released characters available right away, it was difficult to get a clear picture of how Zenless Zone Zero's progression systems will feel long term. Nothing I've seen looks wildly out of line with the developer's other gacha games, but starting again on a new account after launch has meant getting accustomed to the grind in a more organic live service setting.
I'm sorry.
Regardless, I forged a strong attachment to this rich world and its cosplay-friendly characters by the end of the main story.
It's running?
What are you all waiting for? Go after it!
And left feeling that this ambitious pivot certainly lives up to the high standards set by Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail.
Hey, you here to play?
By leaning into early 2000s nostalgia and blending it with a stylish vision for the future, Zenless Zone Zero crafts an inimitable world that's easy to get invested in. Exploring new Eridu and getting to know this charming cast both in and out of combat was a thrilling ride I was keen to keep at for hours on end. It's not necessarily as deep as many of its gameplay inspirations, and momentum-killing hacking puzzles can sometimes sour the mood, but with exhilarating, approachable combat and many extracurricular activities to take care of, it was always easy to turn a corner and get swept up in the captivating culture nonetheless. For more, check out our reviews of The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak or Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
The biggest video game convention on Earth is back, and IGN will be there to cover every second.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Gamescom.
The coolest new games.
Tons of world premieres. It's awesome to be here at Gamescom.
Gamescom 2024.
New IP fans rejoice. Unknown 9 Awakening, the debut project from developer Reflector, is coming this year. You might remember the teaser trailer from Gamescom a few years ago that turned some heads, and after taking a first look at an hour of gameplay, I left eager to get some hands-on time with it and dive deeper. Any day we get to take a break from playing sequels and explore uncharted territory is a good day, and with some serious thought put into an all-new universe and a psychically souped-up protagonist with some interesting combat abilities, this third-person action-adventure definitely has potential. With a plethora of fantastic action-adventure games likely already in your games library, Unknown 9 hopes to set itself apart with its killer feature. the ability to briefly possess your enemies, called stepping. By stepping, you can command one enemy to take lethal fire at his ally before jumping into another enemy and compelling him to blow himself up by attacking an explosive piece of machinery. Then safely leap back into your own body and watch your violent schemes unfold. In the demo I saw, this cheeky tactic accounted for most of the action, and made for some interesting shenanigans, like one encounter where snipers on a ledge were possessed and made to shoot at their own comrades below. Interestingly, you're also given free reign to use any abilities of the troops you're controlling, like the powerful ground pound ability of the tanky bruiser enemy, or the forward dash attack of the spear-wielding foot soldiers. If you'd rather not play Puppeteer, Unknown 9 Awakenings also has some stealth options, where you can use your powers to become invisible for a time and take down enemies from darkness or lure enemies away with ethereal projectiles summoned from thin air. Sneaking up behind enemies to take them out has your kindly lady snatch the soul from her victim's body and tear it asunder, which is honestly kinda alarming. If subtlety isn't your thing, just go full brawler on those baddies with a whole slew of abilities that let you pull and push enemies like a Jedi or block bullets with a magical umbral shield. There's even a perfect parry mechanic for those looking to get sweaty with timing. Each of these approaches has their own skill trees too, so you can level up the playstyle you prefer and become the ultimate goon-killing wizard. The section I was shown was only 90 minutes or so into the adventure, so one can only imagine the interesting abilities that might make themselves known at higher levels. That said, I didn't get to go hands-on with Awakening myself, and until I do, it's hard to say if some of these unique concepts like stepping will be enough to differentiate itself from similar third-person adventures. At first glance, they certainly seem to do some pretty novel things I haven't seen before, and that's without even having seen the whole skill tree yet. But I'm still a tad concerned that making fools out of enemies by possessing them and setting them up for failure might not have legs after the 20th time you've done it. Here's hoping our hero has some tricks up her sleeve that I didn't get to see just yet. Beating up bad guys aside though, there's also something to be said about Unknown 9's ambitious world building and story, which already includes digital comics, a podcast audio drama, and novels, all as a means of fleshing out the universe that Awakening will occupy. As a young woman from India named Haruna, you discover your psychic abilities and begin to investigate a paranormal parallel reality known as the Fold, from which your powers are presumably derived. And that all plays into the existing lore that's being set up in the supplemental content, including laying the groundwork for various factions you'll encounter in the game, like the enigmatic and knowledge-hungry organization known as the Leap Year Society. Having now read the comics and listened to some of the scripted podcast content, that groundwork seems to have a lot of promise. And if it can be weaved into the story that seems to be front and center in Unknown 9 Awakening, that could be a major reason to keep an eye on this one. For more, check out our recent previews of No Rest for the Wicked and Lightyear Frontier. And for everything else, keep exploring the unknown with IGN.
used to be.
Let's just continue with the rescue brief.
Wait, something's wrong. Vic? Vic! Bring Fred back!
When designing character of Jan, we really wanted to create the everyman type of character. We felt this way it would be more easy for people to relate to him, understand his backstory and the choices that he has made in the past and the choices that shaped him.
Was this path just a random sequence of events?
It was crucial for Jan's past to have these points of regrets, because from these points we can branch into drastically different scenarios of how his life could turn out only if he had made some different choices. We needed to build a variety of Jans, not only for gameplay reasons, but also to create a compelling story of Jan and truly dive into the topic of what-if question. And different alters, they have very different skill set that strongly affects your strategy in the game. You can't create all possible alters in a single playthrough, so the decision on who you bring on board will affect the way you handle the base and how you handle your objectives. But having various sets of very different characters with different personalities, that will strongly affect our story and it will generate very different dynamics between Jans. When it comes to how many alters we can create, when you look at the cover of the game, there's 11 characters and I think it gives a good sense of magnitude, but we have some surprises up our sleeves about that, so I don't want to spoil the fun, and I think I will leave it at that. We decided to start with the technician because in many ways he is a polar opposite to the main Jan. And he is more competent in some things, while at the same time he can be quite flawed in the others. But what's interesting about him is he keeps challenging our Jan. That's why he's so useful at a very early stage of the game when we are onboarding the player with the whole idea of engaging in the relationship with your alters. Jan and the technician, they branched out quite early in their life paths. Technician, he stayed with his family, he stood up to their abusive father, and these are things that the main Jan, he didn't do, and they are one of his strongest regrets. That's why they serve so well as the main axis of his story. From the point of branching between Jans, their lives can go into very different directions. It's like this butterfly effect, where changing one little decision can affect your entire life and in the end make you a different person. And those differences in personalities are crucial to understand if we want to manage our crew effectively. Different Jans can react to our decisions in different ways. For example, one of them can expect us to be mission-oriented and focused on efficiency, while the other might require us to be more of an empathetic leader. And pleasing everyone won't be easy, if not impossible. The alters have their emotional state that affects how they work, how they behave, and if it's not managed well, it can lead to some drastic results, including rebelling against us. We can influence their emotions by our economical or strategic decisions, but also through interactions.
I'm serious. You stood up to Dad. I didn't.
Oh, really? And what did you do? Just stand and watch him take it out on Mom?
The big part of the game are dialogues, and actually every dialogue choice in the game, it affects the emotional state of our alters. So we need to be really careful when talking to them. Understanding their personalities, who they are, where they are coming from, it is crucial because different approaches can work better with different alters.
In that case, why don't you just kick back and take some time to get used to your movement?
Okay.
The more Jans we create, the more different dynamics between them are generated. And that can of course lead to fights, arguments. We have a chance to intervene or pick one of the sides. For example, alters can argue about the quality of food in the base. One can think we should invest in a better quality food, while the other thinks that this is a waste of precious resources. So every time we make a promise, we need to make sure we can fulfill it. Otherwise, there will be consequences. The relationship between Jans is always about what we have in common, but also what makes us different. And that can lead to both emerging conflicts, but also it can help us in resolving them. So no matter how far different Jans are from each other on the branches of the tree of life, there's always something we share, there's always something we have in common. It just sometimes it will require us to do a little bit more digging in order to find this common ground.
It worked! You did it! We're gonna live! Let's get one thing straight. I did what you created me for.
With Jans, you can expect the unexpected. Like, we put a lot of effort to create these multi-layered characters that you will uncover piece by piece. And at first, when you learn the life path of one of the Jans, you feel like you understand that character just by knowing what he went through. But then you go deeper and deeper and you are uncovering different surprises in not just his outlook of things, but also how he behaves, how he interacts with us, how he interacts with other alters. I do have my favorite alter, although it's a bit like picking your favorite child, but it's the scientist. I hope the others didn't hear it.
That doesn't sound super simple to me. Don't you worry your pretty head about it. Remember, you have me on board.
Between alters, there is this topic of what is going to happen to us. Like, what is our future? Do we even have a future? And the closer we get to actually going back home, this question will be raising more and more tension inside the base. And different alters, they are different people, so they have different outlook on this topic. That will be putting more and more pressure on us as a captain on how are we going to handle this. Something we knew very early on in the development was that we don't want to allow to create multiple versions of the same alter. First of all, cloning was never really a topic of the game for us, and we felt like multiplication of the same character is extremely interesting topic on its own. It's just not something we wanted to talk about here. We didn't want for the players to treat alters like units in the game or mindless NPCs. We wanted to treat them as real people. So we felt that increasing the number of them might in the end reduce their significance as individuals.
What's going on? I recognize this.
I think the biggest surprises about the alters, they lie in their backstories and storylines, the situations they can generate. So we really can't wait for the players to start unraveling it all and also start making their own decisions about the shape of their crew, who they're gonna bring on board, in what order, and ultimately what decisions are they going to make about the alters, but also about the fate of the main Jan.
The biggest video game convention on Earth is back, and IGN will be there to cover every second.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Gamescom.
The coolest new games.
Tons of world premieres. It's awesome to be here at Gamescom.
Gamescom 2024.
Empire of the Ants is really effective at making you feel like a very tiny being within a much larger world. As a new strategy adventure game set in the insect kingdom, you command an army of ants to explore, expand, and extract resources in a large, near photorealistic world that looks like it could be in someone's backyard. We got an early preview of the upcoming strategy adventure game starring tons and tons of ants, and saw how exploring a seemingly mundane world looks far grander and more treacherous from the perspective of a lone ant. Empire of the Ants is based on the novels by Bernard Werber and puts you in the role of an ordinary ant who must navigate the insect hierarchy of an ant colony nestled in the woods, all while trying to understand what's going on in the world above the ground level of insect kind. As this ant protagonist, you'll eventually become one of the colony's most valuable assets, given their ease of mobility when exploring the vast landscape of wilderness, and their budding skills as a commander of the colony's Legion of Ants. As you help the Ant Queen expand the population, you'll encounter rival colonies looking to take what's yours. Interestingly, this is the second outing for Empire of the Ants in video game form, with the original 2000 game taking more of a grand strategy approach. This new attempt from developer Tower 5 mixes a narrative adventure game with ground-level strategy action, where you command an army to collect resources and lay siege to opposing factions. In our preview, we got to dive into the early missions of the story campaign, which saw the protagonist explore the surrounding areas around their colony. While playing as an ant in a video game on paper sounds rather dull, Empire of the Ants excitingly presents this conceit by really leaning into the scope of the world. When not commanding other insects, you can freely explore the colony's surrounding area and even chat with fellow ants who are named by their birth numbers. The quirky banter even feels surprisingly human. Playing the ant, you're given a wide berth in exploration, which is helped by a control scheme that allows the ant to do nearly anything in the game. From the ant's perspective, the woodland area looks almost alien, with the massive trees and plant life towering over everything, and abandoned junk items like a beaten-up soccer ball appearing like otherworldly artifacts. This focus on the ant perspective is really engaging and gives it something of a Watership Down-like surrealist perspective from the insect world. But it also makes for an intriguing backdrop for the strategy element when that comes into play. When the need arises, you'll be able to lead your own legion of ants too. Similar to a console-style RTS, the strategy segments in Empire of the Ants puts you at ground level. You remain with the ants as you lead them to different areas to procure resources and take out rivals. With different unit types such as warriors, gunners, and worker ants, you'll need to balance your unit and positioning to face these challenges effectively. At one point, we were able to move some gunner units from a ranged position and then let the close-ranged warrior units get headfirst into the action. It was interesting seeing the different swarms of ants converge. Seeing the detail in motion gives it something that has echoes of a National Geographic documentary, but with some quirky video game gimmicks thrown in. Empire of the Ants impressed us with its focus on exploring a strange, small world and the ant community that resides in it. It also gave us the experience of commanding an army of ants to attack opposing forces, which was a lot of fun to see in action. This blend of adventure and strategy elements is really intriguing to see in motion, and we came away thinking that the world feels a whole lot stranger from the ants' point of view, and that it has the makings of a game that can show off a different kind of adventure to dive into. For more on the latest upcoming games, check out our recent preview of Bitcraft, and of course, for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Does it now go? Look up to the stars, remember when we were chasing cars and breaking burns. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Nothing but blue skies. Blue skies. Consider what you've done. Did you mean to hurt yourself or anyone? Under the sun, so easy does it now go? Look up to the stars, remember when we were chasing cars and breaking burns. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Look up to the stars, remember how we were stealing cars, but still somehow everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Look up to the stars, remember when we were chasing cars and breaking friends. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Look up to the stars, remember how we were stealing cars, but still somehow everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Nothing but blue skies. Nothing but blue skies. Once bitten, twice shy. What goes around comes back around, multiplied by 25. It's written in the sky. No drama, llama, bad karma won't pass you by. No matter how hard you try, so easy does it now go. Look up to the stars, remember when we were chasing cars and breaking friends. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Nothing but blue skies. Nothing but blue skies. Consider what you've done. Did you mean to hurt yourself or anyone? Under the sun, so easy does it now go.
Uwaga, co, patrony. Stefan them and which was fine.
We were chasing cars and breaking friends. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when.
Min world är mining compared to
Riksdagen är där den hörs väl?
We were stealing cars, but still somehow everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. We were stealing cars, but still somehow everything was sunshine, good times, nothing but blue skies. Way back when. Nothing but blue skies.
now! Here it comes! There's too many of them! Watch out for that glove! I will draw its iron! Cover me!
You got it. Be careful.
Be ready! If we can make it to the rocks, we may lose them! As I feared, it picked up our scent.
I'll handle it. You find someplace safe.
Thank you.
Don't worry, the hunter is here. Just watch. You'll see what hunting is all about.
Video game convention on Earth is back, and IGN will be there to cover every second.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Gamescom.
The coolest new games,
Tons of world premieres. It's awesome to be here at Gamescom.
Gamescom 2024.
We return to you now as the gods of mankind. Rulers of the Greeks and the Norse.
The Egyptians and the Atlanteans.
We created mankind to fight for our glory. So rise and wield my wrath. Command beastly chaos.
Rain down destruction.
And unleash our fury. Worship me. Claim my power. And legend will be yours.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Gamescom Studio Tag 3 auf der größten Videospielmesse der Welt. IGN bringt euch die besten Spiele, Interviews und Eindrücke direkt nach Hause. Egal, ob ihr gerade auf dem Weg nach Köln seid oder es euch zu Hause auf dem Sofa gemütlich macht, in den nächsten 2 Stunden seid ihr hier genau richtig. Heute schwingen wir die Peitsche mit Indiana Jones und der große Kreis, werfen einen neuen Blick auf den aktuellen Stand von Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, tauchen ab in VR mit dem dunklen Rächer in Batman Arkham Shadow und wandern durchs böhmische Mittelalter in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Natürlich zeigen wir euch auch die besten Stände und Hidden Gems der Gamescom in den Hallen. Also bleibt dran, denn Gamescom Studio startet genau jetzt.
Leute, ich habe mich hier in Lebensgefahr gebracht für euch auf der Gamescom. Wir sind hier bei Indiana Jones und der große Kreis. Da ist ja alles nur Spaß. Ich sehe natürlich einfach nur total schick aus. Wir sind hier am Stand von Bethesda in der großen Xbox-Area. Und es gibt ja ein Kino hinter mir, wo ihr exklusives Material zu sehen kriegt aus dem Spiel. Und ich würde sagen, wir gehen jetzt dann auch mal ins Studio, weil da haben wir die Devs da, die euch noch viel, viel mehr erzählen über das Spiel, was am 9. Dezember erscheint. Ab geht's!
Herzlich willkommen zurück hier im Gamescom Studio 2024. Ein weiterer Tag bricht an und es ist ein großartiger Tag, denn ich habe heute ein ganz besonderes Schmankerl für euch, denn wir sprechen mit den Devs tatsächlich über Indiana Jones und der große Kreis. Ich bin sehr froh, dass die beiden hier sind. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy you guys are here. Are you happy too?
Yes, extremely excited.
It's really great to be here at Gamescom.
Yeah, right? It's,
Yes.
Oh, it's such a massive thing. And then you brought a game like this. I mean, come on, you're developing an Indiana Jones game. How sick is that?
Yeah, it is pretty sick. Oh, it's been a super interesting and very cool experience to be able to develop this. And we are, at this point now, being at Gamescom, being able to show some of the gameplay, show a more deep dive into the details of the game. That's just a fantastic opportunity. We are very, very happy.
So, can you tell me how this kind of came to life? Because you are known for making Wolfenstein games, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So Todd Howard had this vision, an idea about an Indiana Jones game that he wanted to do for quite some time. He was in contact with Lucasfilm Games. Mm-hmm. They were equally excited. And with all of that excitement, Todd came to Machine Games, said, I think you could be a good fit to do this. And we were over the moon, of course.
Yes, of course. I can imagine. So you have a lot of experience at making shooters, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a totally different kind of game. What are the challenges and maybe the advantages you guys already have knowing developing games?
It's a good question because it's, as a studio, you have this kind of muscle memory. You know how to build certain kind of stuff. The team is aligned on exactly what you're doing. So coming from Wolfenstein, going to Indiana Jones, we have to realign. Like we are making an adventure first game. That's very different than a shooter. And of course, we have the signature Machine Games things in there, like this immersion, being very story-driven, cinematics, really strong characters. So we really had to focus on the things that makes this game unique. The character Indiana Jones with a whip, the puzzles, the adventure, the exploration. And that takes some time, but it was a very interesting challenge.
Can you tell me what you're going to focus on? Because from the movies, okay, that's an adventure, but he's also a very smart person, Indiana Jones. Will there be more like puzzle sections, or is there a lot of action and shooting involved, or is it kind of balanced? What do you think?
It's an extremely varied game. I think early on we had this almost like pie chart where we tried to segment what is this game. It had stealth in there, it had set pieces, but as you say, it also had the puzzles in there. It has the hand-to-hand combat, which is very iconic for the character. So it's a huge mix of these things.
It's also important to, hit the beats in terms of bigger set pieces, cinematic, large, bombastic moments, also intimate meetings between interesting characters, to have like slow down pacing, give the game room to breathe. And
of course.
Have intensity even. So it's a broad mix.
Yeah, also, I mean, this is a movie franchise, right? Is it difficult to find your target group because you want to have movie buffs playing this game because it's Indiana Jones? Of course I'm going to play that game. But also you don't want to lose like the experienced gamers. Did you find kind of a balance there, or would you say this is more for experienced gamers, not for movie buffs, or is it just for movie buffs?
No, this has been really important part of the core mission from the get-go. Very early on in the project, we obviously realized that we can't obviously make a game only for, people born in the 70s and 80s and growing up with the movies, even though we are making a game for them too.
Yes.
But we are also, of course, is making a game that, in its core and at the heart of Indiana Jones, there is this great adventure and great story and a world. So we are really, really focusing, making sure that if you are into interesting narrative-driven adventure games, this is absolutely for you.
Right?
Yes, this is it. Even if you don't know who Indiana Jones is, but
Which I kind of think this person doesn't exist, but you never know, right?
You never know.
You have to include them.
You have to
bring them in.
Yes.
So, bringing them in, that's a good point. You brought in Troy Baker to play Indy.
Yeah.
How did he do? How is he still very excited about this, or is he like, oh, I'm a professional, I can do this, I can do Indiana Jones?
Well, he's extremely professional, that's for sure, and he's also extremely passionate and a big fan of the IP. And having him on the project has been just a fantastic journey. And first time actually when I heard his test lines coming through from the early VO sessions, I thought I was hearing reference lines, and I was like, okay, now I want to hear Troy. And it's like, no, that
is him. Wow.
He's really, really good, and he's been such a pleasure to work with throughout the entire project.
Yeah, I believe that. Indiana Jones is kind of about hunting Nazis as well. So can you give a little hint on what we are going to see in this kind of field? Is there like one bad guy we're hunting, or is there like a whole kind of conspiracy behind this?
Well, you've seen some of it in the trailer. You've seen our main antagonist, Emmerich Vosch, which is a really cool bad guy.
It is a German actor, isn't it?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Marius Gavrielis.
All right.
Super talent.
Yeah. Super talented. And he's like the big guy, right? But any little more story?
Well, you are basically, racing against time to some extent, fighting, sinister forces that are in the pursuit of some type of ancient power. And you have this, race to the finishing end and the finishing line to try to stop Emmerich Voss from getting what he wants. So it is, without giving away too many spoilers.
But it's very on brand. It feels like very
much.
Last and most important question. This game is set between, I think, the first and the second movie, right?
First and third, actually.
First and third.
Oh, wow. Why did you pick this time period?
Well, there are several reasons for it. The most obvious one is that it fits the story and the story arc that we want to tell best. The game is set in 1937. Raiders of the Lost Ark is in 1936. But it's also closest to Raiders of the Lost Ark in style and theme, because we chose that reference because we felt it was, to us, the most fitting and the most iconic representation of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, that's always a good reason. That's always the best reason, actually. All right, thank you guys so much. I'm very excited for this game now.
Thank you.
I have been before, but now I know everything I need to know and everybody out there too. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
So Leute, das war doch mal ein interessantes Gespräch heute hier vom Gamescom Studio. Wenn ihr mehr interessante Dinge sehen wollt, dann bleibt doch bitte gerne dran. Bis gleich.
Welcome back, everybody, here at Gamescom 2024. The show floor is buzzing behind me, but we're here with Ben to talk about Atomfall. And the first thing I said when I saw the trailer back then was, yeah, this could be post-Brexit Britain.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, pretty close. How was the reception so far?
It's been amazing to see people play the game. Every person we've seen play the game has played it differently, and that's exactly what we hoped for. So the team is very excited to see the reception so far.
Can you give us an update on the the biggest milestones you've reached so far that you're most proud of in terms of development?
Well, we just hit beta, so we're at the point where all of the elements are in the game. All of the experiments we decided to try have started to pay off, and we're kind of joining the dots between all of those parts of the game.
Mm-hmm.
The most exciting of those has been the leads mechanic in the game. So there's no quest structures in the game. Instead, you piece together leads and you act as a detective and kind of choose who to trust, choose where to go to uncover the mystery.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big experiment. That emerged by itself during development, actually, is we wanted you to have a sense of freedom, but also structure your exploration. And that mechanic kind of, it was hard to find, but it bubbled to the surface by itself.
I mean, you just said bubble to the surface, and you just mentioned player feedback here at Gamescom, or let's say community feedback. How's the initial concept from Atomfall evolved over that development phase? Maybe have you decided at some point, yeah, we need to change that thing that we actually thought would be great in the beginning and now longer feels fitting?
Yes, we did actually. So it started as, well, two different things really. One was one of the founders and owners of Rebellion, Jason Kingsley, observed that there are lots of post-atomic apocalypse survival games, but the first one of those was in the UK, was the Sellafield incident, the Windscale fire, and there wasn't a game based around that. So that was the initial kind of inspiration point, combined with the idea of what if we let you play in a slightly kind of RPG-ish fashion, to explore and do what you want across the course of the game. So those were very experimental for Rebellion, given that our previous games are structured like Sniper Elite, where you've already got a clear mission.
Mm-hmm.
So we did lots of experiments there, and lots of experiments in how to build a game world that looked like the north of England. As we developed the game, there were lots of ideas that might have fit or might not have fit. Like, there's always 5 times as many ideas as you have time, right?
Usually.
So we made a great big list of all of those features and sorted them into what we thought was the smartest order. And then as you work, you shuffle them around. So at one point, actually, the game was structured a little bit more like a Metroidvania game. So sequence of these sandbox maps with dungeons that you would explore, and you'd get skills or information that would help you unlock the next area. We assembled the game at this point and then thought, this would be better. What happens if we just unlock all of the doors and just let you go anywhere at any time?
Yeah.
So there is a sense of structure and flow to the environment, and everything's densely packed, but we let you roam completely freely from the start. That was a huge experiment because the player can go dangerous places immediately.
Yeah, and get frustrated. It's usually what happens to me, and then I'm like, this is probably not the right path to go.
Yeah.
We're seeing some footage right now, and my question is, basically, what challenges have you encountered in balancing the gameplay mechanics? We're seeing some combat here right now, and particularly in terms of pacing and difficulty, because you just mentioned the difficulty in some areas, and you open up the world. So I can imagine it's not been easy to do.
No, it's been one of the most challenging parts, but also rewarding. When we find that sweet spot, when we feel like we're heading in the right direction, it feels great. It really pays off. So for combat, we wanted it to feel more like a pub brawl than a war zone. These people have been trapped for 5 years. They're desperate to find resources. So if there are guns, they're going to be poor quality. There's not going to be much ammo around. So we decided to mix gunplay and melee combat and encourage the player to move back and forth between the two. It means that combat is very, very brutal. It feels the most satisfying when you can die quickly, but so can they. So it's almost like each encounter is like an emergent puzzle. We also made sure that, for the most part, combat is optional. You know, people won't kick off in a fight straight away. There's a threat system that means that they'll shout at you and tell you to back off, and you've got time to avoid, and that lets you ambush them from another angle, that sort of thing. So leaving it open and free and giving the player all of those options takes a lot of trust and a lot of faith as you work. Essentially, as we developed, there's a load of kind of creative scaffolding you can usually rely on, of having missions in an order, choreographing encounters, and having a specific backstory for the character and missions that they're sent on. And we decided to try and kind of strip all of them away in the name of giving the player freedom and personal expression.
But that brings me right to the next point, which is the world building in Atomfall. How does that work? What kind of environments and settings can players expect?
Well, the game is structured like a series of sandbox maps which are attached to each other, so you can travel between them at any time, and each has a kind of strong guiding theme to it. It all builds around this idea of being in the north of England and mixing the storytelling style of the 50s. So there's a kind of pagan, spooky woods area at one end. There's a military base and farmlands. There's a village that's been occupied by a military force where people are just trying to survive and have a nice quaint life and go and have a cup of tea in the tea room, but there's military blockades around to keep everyone in order. So we did a lot of research. We went back and looked at British history as well, so you can see glimpses of things like Wicker Men, and that's obviously a nod to folk horror storytelling. But also, if you go back 2,000 years, Greek historians were telling stories about pagans burning people in Wicker Men. So
good times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everyone needs a hobby.
What is the one thing you cannot wait for the community to see? Something that you've been working on, let's not say secret, because it's like everyone worked on that game, but something you put in the game and you cannot wait for people to discover or experience.
Yeah, it's the open sandbox and the leads, the way that they all blend together. I mean, it was a big risk, a big experiment, and even from early signs of how people are playing the game, it's really exciting to see them engage with that. There's lots of different exfiltration points in the game, lots of different endings. Some of them are very hidden and very secret, so I'm looking forward to when people find those hardest to find endings.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. I cannot wait to experience post Brexit Britain, as I said. How many of these telephone cells are we going to see? Will there be any of these red boxes?
Yeah. So there's one right at the start of the game, and as you explore, you'll find more. They work well as kind of landmarks, but also every now and again, one of them will be ringing, might give you a little bit of guidance, and it's up to you to decide if you trust that guidance or you trust someone else more.
Right. Can't wait. Ben, thank you very much for being here.
No problem.
Next time I expect you in a kilt.
Deal.
Already discussed it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of Gamescom. You guys stay tuned. There's a lot more to come here at Gamescom 2024.
Wir sind jetzt in Halle 9 angekommen und das ist eine Sache, die mir auf der Opening Night Live aufgefallen ist. Kazan, the first Berserker. Der Grund, warum ich mich daran so gut erinnere, liegt vielleicht auch daran, dass dieser Main Character sehr ästhetisch für mich ansprechend ist. Er erinnert mich so ein bisschen an die Soul Calibur Charaktere. Und wir schauen uns diesen ganzen Booth mal an. Hier kann man schon mal das Spiel ein bisschen playtesten. Es gibt auch schon eine Beta, die closed ist, für die man sich aber immer noch registrieren kann. Und das Ganze sieht aus wie ein klassischer Hack and Slash. Wir suchen uns ein paar Bosse raus und folgen der Story von Kazan, einem Berserker, der sicherlich einige Wutprobleme hat, die er gerne an den großen Monstern auslassen wird. Und das finde ich super. Wir schauen uns das Ganze mal an. Ich habe jetzt hier auch die Developer von Kazan und den CEO des Spiels noch direkt gefunden. Die rennen hier beim Booth rum, finde ich mega gut und ich habe natürlich so einige Fragen. So my first question is, who is Kazan and is he really the first berserker or will he be?
이 게임의 주인공이 사실은 카잔입니다. 그러니까 카잔이라는 이름
자체가 이 주인공의 이름을 얘기하는 거고, 이 카자는 원래 저희 그 던전 앤 파이터 이 세계관에서 가장 어떤 중요한 사람 중에 하나거든요. 그래서 이 그 귀검사라는 캐릭터, 아주 중요한 캐릭터가 어떻게 해서 그런 파워를 갖게 됐는지에 대한 그 원천을 제공하는 그런 캐릭터이고, 그 카잔이 제국을 구하는데 아주 큰 공을 세웠지만 결국은 황제에게 배신당하고 이 유배되는 과정에서 복수극을 만들어내는 그런 과정을 그려내는 게임이라고 할 수 있습니다.
That is great. I love the character design. I think he is a very attractive person. I was very drawn to the imagery from the first look, where there's some inspirations that you guys had for maybe the way that the fighting style works, or yeah, that is something I'd be curious to know.
저희는 원작 던전 앤 파이터에서 방금 이제 PD님이 말씀해 주신 것처럼 대표하고 있는 던전 앤 파이터를 대표하고 있는 캐릭터가 귀검사라는 캐릭터거든요. 귀검사는 또 여러 가지 광전사나 소드 마스터, 웨펀 마스터 이런 여러 가지의 직업들로 구분이 되는데, 그런 클래스들의 직업들의 선조가 되는 인물이에요. 근데 이 선조가 되는 인물은 원래는 제국을 구한, 이 세상을 아라드라는 세상을 구한 영웅 중에 영웅이었는데, 그게 이제 누명을 쓰고 이제 그런 비참한 운명에 처하게 되는데, 그 대장군이 구사일생으로 살아남아서 버서커가 되어가는 그 복수를 하는 그 여정을 그리기 때문에, 그 과정 중에 여러 가지 대장군으로서의 면모와 그리고 버서커로서의 면모, 그리고 던전 앤 파이터 원작의 귀검사들의 그 클래스의 스킬들의 그런 특징들의 원형에 대한 것들을 잘 살리기 위해서 많은 노력들을 했습니다.
For Gamescom, this is an impressive booth that you built. It's really giant. It's really showing off, and I love that because it really gives a sort of a scale for the whole thing. And yeah, there's a long queue outside. People are walking around with the goodie bags. They seem to really enjoy this experience that you gave them. How has Gamescom been for you guys so far? Did you enjoy it as well?
사실 저희 그 던전 앤 파이터가 굉장히 오랜 시간 동안 아주 많은 사람들께 사랑을 받은 건 사실이지만, 이 웨스턴, 특히나 이제 게임스컴 같은 이런 행사에서는 거의 나온 적이 없거든요. 그래서 저희가 이 카잔을 가지고 처음 여기에 이제 출품을 하러 나왔는데, 사실 너무 좋은 것 같아요. 너무 재밌고, 여기 계신 분들이 너무 저희 게임 너무 재밌다고 말씀 많이 해주시고, 그래서 이게 왜 이제서야 나왔을까 싶을 정도로 너무 좋은 경험을 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 특히 저희 한국하고 되게 많이 다른 게, 여기 게이머 플레이어 분들이 나가시면서 저희한테 이거 너무 재밌어, 이거 너무 잘 만든 것 같아, 우리 응원할게, 이런 얘기 되게 많이 해주시는데, 저희 그게 너무 재밌어요. 한국에서는 전혀 그런 게 없거든요. 그래서 굉장히 좀 많은 차이점도 많이 느끼고, 또 재미있는 부분도 굉장히 많고, 배우는 것도 굉장히 많은 것 같습니다.
Of course, a revenge story is something that is very well received in the gaming industry. Is there? Do you think there will be other takeaways or other installments in the game?
예, 물론 이제 저희는 던전 앤 파이터를 굉장히 좋아하고 있고, 더 많은 사람들이 던전 앤 파이터를 알고 싶어 했으면 좋겠어요. 저희가 좋아하는 것들을 더 많은 사람들이 플레이를 하면 좋겠어요. 그 시작점이 저는 카잔이라고 생각을 하고요. 저희들은 그런 스토리, 어떤 복수극 그런 것들을 통해서 어떤 유저분들이 충분히 인간적인 카잔이라는 캐릭터에 대해서 인간적인 공감들, 그 어떤 고민들, 그런 그 처해진 상황에 맞는 고민들을 같이 이 게임을 통해서, 카잔을 통해서 공감을 했으면 좋겠고, 그 플레이나 이 카잔이라는 캐릭터, 그리고 나아가서 이 던전 앤 파이터 유니버스 전체에 대한 사랑, 어떤 애정이 느껴졌으면 좋겠다고 생각하고 있습니다. 저희는 이 카잔을 통해서 이제 시작이라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 더 많은 빌런, 그리고 또 이야기, 더 많은 캐릭터들을 만들려고 하고 있습니다.
Also schon mal sehr schöne erste Eindrücke. Das war's vom Kazan First Berserker Booth. Ich hoffe, es hat euch gefallen. Ich bin auf jeden Fall schon ein bisschen hyped für das Game. Ich finde, es sieht sehr spannend aus und ich frage mich auch generell, wer dieser mysteriöse Mann ist, der da hinter dem Typen die ganze Zeit rumsteht. Und das gibt bestimmt so eine Revenge-Story und alles. Das gefällt mir schon mal sehr, sehr gut. Und ich hoffe, euch hat es auch gefallen. Wir gucken uns jetzt hier noch ein bisschen weiter um und ihr bleibt hoffentlich dran.
Ihr alle repräsentiert eine der mächtigsten Verbrecherorganisationen der Galaxis. Pikes, Crimson Dawn, Hutten. Dies ist die Blütezeit der Unterwelt. Das Imperium kontrolliert jeden Winkel der Galaxis. Doch es wird von einer Rebellion in Atem gehalten. Die Gelegenheit, um Millionen zu scheffeln.
Kay Vess, die neue Lieblingsgaunerin der Unterwelt. Endlich treffen wir uns.
Was willst du?
Serek Bash. Sie sind neu, reich und berüchtigt. Du hast ihren Boss Liro verärgert und jetzt will er deinen Kopf. Raub ihm sein Geld und kauf dich frei.
Dieser Auftrag ist lebensmüde. Bin dabei.
Hier draußen entscheidet ein Ruf über Leben und Tod. Du willst überleben? Kenne die Drahtzieher.
Du kennst diese Welt nicht.
Was ist dein Problem?
Komm wieder, wenn du es tust.
Jabba, richtig? Gut, mach keinen Fehler. Meine Crew hat einen Palast um... Okay, wir überspringen diesen Teil. Solange ich mich erinnern kann, gab es nur Nix und mich. Und wir taten alles, um zu überleben. Dieser Auftrag ist meine Chance, frei zu sein. Aber wenn wir das durchziehen wollen, brauchen wir die richtige Crew. Und das richtige Schiff. Ja! Los geht's!
Ich nahm dich, weil du eine der besten Kopfgeldjägerinnen bist.
Sie ist besser vernetzt, als du gesagt hast, Sliro. Bess ist in etwas Größeres verstrickt.
Das Outer Rim ist ein gefährlicher Ort. Alle kämpfen um ihren Teil der Galaxis. Aber ich will nur in Freiheit leben. Und dafür riskiere ich alles. Festhalten nix!
Star Wars Outlaws ab jetzt vorbestellbar.
Ich bin schon wieder hier live aus dem Gamescom-Studio 2024. Ich weiß, ihr seht mich eine ganze Menge, aber ich bringe auch immer was Nettes mit. Und jetzt habe ich die besondere Ehre, euch nicht nur einen Dev präsentieren zu können, sondern auch die Schauspielerin von Kay Vess von Star Wars Outlaws. Wir haben sie hier. Welcome, you guys.
Hello.
I'm so excited you guys are here. I asked the Indiana Jones devs before, so I'm kind of expecting the same answer, but how rad is it to work on a Star Wars game?
Do you want to start?
It's the best. It is simply the best.
It is the best. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I love sci-fi, and I think, I grew up with it when I was in Latin America, and it was Guerra de las Galaxias. I love how it just reaches every part of the world. So, I'm immortal forever now.
Yeah, what about you?
I think you'll hear this a lot, but it's childhood dreams come true because
of course, yeah.
These worlds, these characters are part of our culture. It's not just popular culture, it's our culture. So being able to work with those things and build within those worlds is incredibly, incredibly fulfilling. It's what we call bucket list type of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely precious.
Yeah. I can imagine. I feel kind of humble right now talking to you guys because you're making a Star Wars game. Yeah, it's all amazing. So I wonder why this game is set between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, right? Does it have a special reason?
It does, because when we started thinking about what we wanted to do, we're experts at open world games at Massive.
You are.
So we knew it was going to be an open world game. And we started thinking about what sort of player fantasy really made sense for an open world game within Star Wars. And when you say open world in Star Wars, you mean cities, you mean countryside, the
cantinas,
the wilderness, the cantinas,
Yes.
but also space.
Yeah.
So what fantasy really fits that? The outlaw fantasy, the scoundrel fantasy, the Han Solo types, the Lando types.
Sure.
And we came to Lucas with those two things, open world, outlaw, adventure. And they said, there is this 1 year period between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi where the galaxy is in chaos. The Empire has just won that battle at Hoth. The rebels are scattered to the four corners of the galaxy, and the criminal syndicates, the underworld of Star Wars, is gaining more and more power. And that's where a scoundrel, an outlaw, can really thrive. So it was a suggestion from Lucasfilm Games.
Oh, really? Yeah. It makes for an interesting setting, that's for sure.
And as a fan of Star Wars, especially
That's
the
what
original...
you want to see, right?
I was so happy.
Yeah.
So happy.
Yes.
I was trying to keep my joy. I was like, cool.
Get out of there
But
before they change their
inside,
minds.
yeah, it was a party in my brain.
Yeah. So you are playing Kay Bess, the main character of the game. Can you tell us about who she is as a person?
She is so resourceful. At heart, she's a survivalist. She only knows Canto Bight. That's where she grew up, and she makes it through with just small jobs every single day, and that is her goal. It's survive every day, don't get caught, trust nobody. But she has this dream of seeing what's out there, being part of the bigger galaxy. And the game has the themes of freedom and what that means for you, and physically but also personally. So we have this young scoundrel. She's a rookie. She doesn't have the expertise like Han Solo or Lando Calrissian. So this hero's journey, you get to go through with her as she grows and experiences the underworld. And very dangerous for someone who doesn't know what she's in for. And that's why it's exciting. You get to experience Star Wars with a fresh set of eyes.
So how's the feedback so far? Because I can imagine if you're playing a role in a Star Wars-based thing, people have a lot of opinions, right? How do you deal with that?
Honestly, I know that it can be very polarizing because people are protective over something that they've known for decades, and they want to see so much out of this franchise. They want it all at once. But I say patience, because, they haven't seen the whole world yet. They've seen bits and pieces, and they go, but I wanted this and I wanted that as the modifications for this. But at the end of the day, I know they're going to play it. They're going to love it. And I'm really proud to be a protagonist. As a female, there's no male counterpart. We're focusing simply on Kay Bess's journey. And I think she's really resilient and fearless and inspiring. And I know that they're going to get that from her. So, like Han Solo being one of those really badass scoundrel characters, Kay Bess serves as an alternate type of a scoundrel, and she's very relatable because she's not a Jedi or a Sith, and she has a blaster, and she's a bit more rugged and rough around the edges and flawed and imperfect. I think that's going to really expand the open world experience because it could be any one of us in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, I'm very excited to step in very soon. The game's coming out very soon. We know where it's set. We know what it's about. Last thing I want to know, what can we do in that massive open world, except from, doing quests, of course.
Okay. What do you want to do?
What do we want
as an outlaw in Star Wars? There was one word that you said immediately when we were talking about Star Wars and the locations you could visit, and it was cantina.
Yeah, cantinas.
So starting from the cantina, what do you want to do?
I'll just hang out and look at all the aliens and listen to music and stuff.
Absolutely, you
so
can
much
do
of that.
So cantinas, some have bands, some have jukeboxes, but you can also play sabacc. You can play some arcade games. You can bet on farthia races, like horse races.
Oh yeah,
You can strike up conversations. You can even lean against the bar and listen into other conversations and pick up side quests and missions that will send you into outer space, into space stations in outer space to find things that are very precious to you, or that you can sell on to one of the criminal syndicates. Because the reputation system with the different syndicates is a very important part of you writing your own outlaw story.
It kind of feels very organic, right? Because there's not like, go to this objective and then there's like something hovering over there or whatnot. But
there's some of that, but there's a lot of agency. Because this is an open world game about a character archetype, an outlaw that is all about freedom. We want to give you as a player as much freedom as possible.
Okay, I have one last thing for you, Humbly. Do you have in this whole process one really good fond memory you want to share?
I'm like, I keep sharing one new one, like almost every interview. I'm like, I will never run out. Man, I mean, anytime I get to be in the studio with the cast and we're in the suits and they've built the set out of wooden pieces and, you know, we don't always get the luxury like in TV shows and movies to see everything in front of us. But there's something about suspending your disbelief that everybody goes back to this childlike play where, you know, we grew up playing with the figurines and the Millennial Falcon and like all of these things. And like, now we are them. And we get to really lean into that there's such a beautiful energy on set. You know, we built a speeder and we get to like ride on it and there's like hydraulics on it and we're riding around.
Oh, that's so cool.
We have like toy blasters and toy guns and they're all made out of like, you know, 3D printers and they have Velcro on them. So because our suits are kind of like made out of like this material that everything sticks to it, we're constantly just like throwing things at each other
like
and catching it.
Playground, right?
It's like a playground. It's an adult playground. And that's why I love working on mocap so much. Working on video games is, you know, you get to play them and while we work on them, we also play. So
that's a great answer.
Yeah.
That's a great finish for this interview. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank
you for bringing Nix, by the way.
You know, Nix
so
always
cute.
has to be around. You got to make sure everything's safe.
Ja, thank you for that. And das war's. Das war's von hier. Wir sehen uns heute Nachmittag, denke ich, noch wieder. Wir haben einige interessante Themen für euch. Deswegen auf keinen Fall abschalten und dranbleiben. Bis später.
Hier ist auf jeden Fall einiges zu holen am Booth von Overwatch. Und ich stehe hier mit Dennis. Sag mal, ihr habt ja richtig aufgefahren. Das ist ja eine Riesenfläche hier und ihr habt auch einiges mitgebracht. Was können die Fans an eurem Booth erwarten?
Ja, also es ist eigentlich die Booth von Overwatch und Porsche. Denn wir haben gemeinsam eine ganz tolle Kollaboration gemacht in Overwatch 2. Die kann man sich hier auch bewundern. Da ist ein wunderschöner Mac, die Inspiration der Makan. Und wir wollten, dass die Fans hier nach Busan in Korea kommen, um sich wirklich auch in der realen Welt in das Spiel einzutauchen. Und darum gibt es hier einige ganz tolle Sachen, die man machen kann. Man kann Karaoke singen da drüben, man kann gegeneinander und mit Profis spielen. Und wer aufladen muss, der kann ja auch wunderbar in unserer Healing Station Wasser bekommen. Also im Großen und Ganzen was Schönes für die Community, die Overwatch liebt.
Ja, geil. Und wie ist da bisher so eure Erfahrung gewesen? Wie sind die Leute so drauf?
Also die sind super nett, super geduldig, wie ihr seht. Die stehen hier alle an, aber auch ganz brav. Auch bei der Wasserstation seht ihr ja eine ordentliche Schlange. Und ich glaube, die schätzen das sehr, dass wir wirklich versucht haben, für die Menschen, die Overwatch lieben, hier was Besonderes hinzustellen. Und darum sind wir mega happy hier.
Fantastisch. Das freut uns. Ihr seid sozusagen jetzt noch das ganze Wochenende da und wir können jederzeit vorbeikommen. Das Wasser geht euch nicht aus und das Benzin auch nicht.
Also der Makan ist elektrisch, darum Strom haben wir genug. Und,
so nämlich.
So sieht es nämlich aus. Und Wasser haben wir auch genug. Also wir sind bis Sonntag hier. Wer Lust hat, Halle 9, kommt zu Overwatch und Porsche, wird super.
Fantastisch. Na, dann hole ich jetzt mal noch den Sebastian ran und dann schmeißt mal eine Runde Karaoke, oder? Willkommen zur exklusiven IGN Karaoke Party in Busan mit dem Overwatch-Team und Sebastian. Ich habe uns auch schon einen super Song ausgesucht. Pass auf. Here's the thing, we started off friends. It was cool, it was all pretend. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone, and all you ever hear me say is how I picture me with you. That's all you'd ever hear me say. But since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. I summoned it all, yeah, yeah. Thanks to you, now I get what I want.
welcome back everybody here at Gamescom 2024, and we have a full house. We have a full house to talk about Warframe 1999 and Soulframe. And with me today, I have Steve, Rebecca, and Ben. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much for having us. Hello, Gamescom.
How are you enjoying Gamescom?
Oh, it's awesome. We haven't been back in quite some time. It was the first event we ever came to in like an official capacity from Canada. So like we're super happy to be back. It means a lot to us. So thanks for being so accommodating and having us.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're very welcome. Usually I go ladies first.
Oh, okay.
But we have to address the elephant in the room.
Yep.
Soulframe. What excites you the most about it?
Like the panic of trying to make a new game after 12 years of working on Warframe, I think that's a reason to be panicked and excited.
How did you come up with you just said 12 years, the same game, and now it's a different kind of game visually.
That's right, yes.
The aesthetics, but how did you come up with that?
So we really tapped into our deep creative, inspiration. We just wrote Warframe and then just like changed war to soul, and then just like did opposite game, almost like Childhood.
I think this is how people think it works.
Yeah. So it's like sci-fi, and then you're like, what's the opposite of that? I guess fantasy.
Yeah.
Okay, fast, frenetic game, slow game. So yeah, we are trying to make something that is like a sister to Warframe, but a completely different kind of aesthetic and a completely different pace. But it's going to be a lot like Warframe as well. It's going to be free. It's going to be kind of an MMO light. It's going to be a focus on co-op and play with your friends. And that's kind of the terrible pitch for it. we have Preludes, Soulframe Preludes right now.
God forbid you say alpha.
Which is basically pre-alpha. So we are trying to do like we did back in 2012, which is we're going to release the game before it's ready and have everyone play it and tell us how much we suck, and we're going to work on it with them. We're just going to work with them. It's going to have a lot of stories. One of the cool things that happened in Warframe is we accidentally discovered that people like our storytelling. So we're actually going to put story into Soulframe at the beginning rather than what we did in Warframe with the Second Dream and our other quests like that.
You just mentioned some of the gameplay mechanics and the features.
Yes.
What cool features and, let's say, your most favorite gameplay mechanics can people expect?
Yeah, to be honest, we're still figuring out a lot of the game, and we have people playing. We invite 2,000 people every week to come play the game with us and tell us how they feel and join us on the Discord. My favorite part of the game is, there's one example is how our revive mechanic works, which is you die, you leave your soul, and you become a sparrow, and you can fly through the forest, and you have to find your way back to wherever your soul is. And if you do that in time, then you are reborn, and you have like kind of a power up after that. That's one very small part I really like.
Well, it doesn't sound like these meetings, like where you just cross out one word and you come up with the second word, and it's the sister. It sounds way more creative.
Don't give him that.
Absolutely bereft of creativity.
What if I'm so good at Soulframe I never die? I'm never going to see your favorite mechanic.
I know, that's true. That's true.
That's
we'll
a
force
problem.
You to die.
Okay.
And we showed this.
Gamers love that. They love forced.
We showed it at TennoCon, and we got a lot of heat because it is pre-alpha. And so there was animation glitches and that sort of thing. But at TennoCon, we showed the Nimrod, which is basically an immortal enemy. So you will die.
I will
in that
die.
part, at least
I'll
once.
die to you, Steve. I'll die.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Right.
Just for the fans. Just for the
fans. Okay.
But there's a second game we want to talk about, which is
yes.
Warframe 1999. And Rebecca, what's the most challenging part of bringing Warframe 1999 to life?
Warframe is a game I've worked on with Steve for 13 years now, and we, since becoming creative director with the new team and the whole folks back at home in Canada, around the world, we were looking for ways to keep the story going, but do really radical updates that were unexpected. And when 1999 kind of conceptually came together on paper early last year, we talked to the team to see, should we do this? Should we try it? And bringing that aesthetic and making it truly Warframe has been super fun, especially working with Ben, because we kind of just do everything pretty low key and work with people that really are into the Warframe aesthetic or the community or the story we're telling. And as far as bringing like a Y2K crisis to a game that has a very kind of esoteric series of choices anyway. It felt really natural, and artistically, design-wise, everyone on the team, sound-wise, has just brought this cultural moment of the 90s boy band tech music into a playable world, and it's really becoming something unique and special for Warframe fans. So I'm every day I see progress, we work on it, and it's been quite a delight as far as an update goes.
We're going to look at some gameplay in a second,
cool.
but how does Warframe 99 expand the lore that people have known for so long?
When we started telling story quests, the first quest we released was like 2015, and then we kept adding a next chapter and a next quest and a next story. And somehow 1999 has become the next major story beat. So Warframe's sort of single player campaign, I guess, now expands 5-10 years of development, and 1999 is truly the next chapter of the story. Just yesterday, we released an extremely small prologue quest to set up you as a player getting to 1999 through whatever version of time travel we've decided to go with to make sure that this world feels earned for the story. So it's a chronological, real place and time for you as a Warframe player to be. It's the next part of the story. Like, you can't miss it. You got to play it as you play the main story.
What I love about it is, for the first time, our Warframes have faces
Yes.
and voices, and Warframe has been kind of like a faceless, eyeless kind of the protagonist for so long, and now they all have character to them. Right.
But it's not like done in a way that is retcon. It's like a new reason why they exist. Like they're struggling with their humanity. So it's not it's done in a way that gives them a reason to be human. And Ben was the first, Excalibur, Arthur, and that has been super fun to experiment.
Steve just mentioned voice acting,
Yes.
voices and faces.
Yeah.
We have one of the best voice actors here.
We do.
Steve Sinclair, thank you so much.
Steve Sinclair, thank you for joining us.
Hello. No, of course I'm talking about Ben here.
Yes, of course.
I'm a huge fan of your Twitter and all the voice acting you do, and the people are thirsting for your videos.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. That is a very straightforward answer. Yes, they do.
Yes.
What drew you to the role of Warframe 1999?
It's cool. I mean, it's literally that. Like, I have been allowed to, as an actor over the past year, kind of have opportunities that I wouldn't have otherwise had. And Reb and I just started talking about just geeking out about stuff that we like, and we found out that we have a lot of things in common. And then eventually you said, there's this really cool character, do you want to read for him? And I did. And rule of cool. If it's cool, do it.
What's been the most fun part? I mean, as a voice actor, I can imagine there's so much work that needs to go into that. But what's been the most fun part?
Getting to build a character from the ground up, but getting to build a character in a collaborative way, and in a world that already exists, there's a huge fan base, and I understand the responsibility as a performer to come into something that means so much to people, but to treat it with the respect that it deserves, but to be allowed the freedom to kind of bring what you want. And this is what attracted me to working with DE, was they were like, what do you want to do? What do you want to bring to Arthur? Make Arthur yours. And so it's always been this back and forth. Reb would say like, do this, and I'll go, great, and I'll bring a bit of this, and there's always a take. We'll do 2 takes. We'll do the take that we'll get, and try another one, and then it's always one for you. And sometimes we'll use the one for me, sometimes it'll be terrible.
Well, yeah, happens to all of us.
It does.
But I've loved it, and the reception to what we saw at TennoCon has been incredible.
Mm-hmm.
You've brought on, it's not just me, the talent that you have brought on is amazing. It's kind of very much like a smorgasbord of the greatest people working in this industry. Like we've got Amelia Tyler, who plays my sister,
Yes.
who's the narrator from Baldur's Gate 3. We've got Alpha Takahashi, like Cyberpunk, and of course...
It's a bit crazy, right?
It is surreal.
To be thrown into that mix.
Yeah.
It has been a very rewarding experience to do something new with Warframe with people that are so on board for trying, because all the tech we're using for the voiced skins, the quest, it's all new. So it's like very much tip of spear. We're going to see if these work when you're playing as these skins and stuff. And everyone's along for the ride. And it has just been a delight. And we have a lot of work to do to get 1999 going. A lot of sessions in the future.
Well,
but wow.
Can you date them?
Yes, and you can also date them.
I see we're running out of time. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, but I have one
hit
more
that.
question for Ben. If your Warframe character could give a piece of advice to 10 players, which one would it be?
what would the advice be?
A piece of advice, yeah.
Don't think, just do.
Yes. Yes.
Don't think, just do.
Don't think, just do.
Words to live
It's
by.
been my philosophy for Gamescom for the past 16 years, so it's like, this is how I survive. And it's also a very good way of ending this conversation.
Yes.
Just don't end, just think.
Yeah. Loved having you guys.
Thank
I hope
you,
you have a
Seb.
nice rest of Gamescom.
you.
And you guys stay tuned for more here at Gamescom 2024.
This rat cult spreads through Gotham like a plague. I have to stop it, even if it consumes me.
The corrupt system has failed you. Are you not angry? Fight back!
It's the freaking bat! We aren't afraid of you! The bat dies tonight!
Jim, this Rat King could be anywhere. A face in the crowd, a foot soldier in his own fanatical mob. So how in the hell do we find him?
Targets are all city employees, civil servants, public officials.
You could have been more than a symbol. You could have been a god.
Look out!
If you don't calm down, someone's going to die.
Alfred, we tried it your way, now we do it mine.
Something big's going down tonight. We repress our rage, our fears. It feeds the shadow deep inside us.
You're everything that's wrong with Gotham! I'm done holding back! I can bring the Rat King to you.
Willkommen zurück, liebe Leute, hier im Gamescom-Studio 2024. Ich sitze immer noch hier, aber der Vorteil ist, ich habe auch immer noch tolle Gäste für euch. Und jetzt reden wir über ein Spiel, das einige von euch heiß erwarten können, nämlich Batman Arkham Shadow. Ein VR-Titel. Ist ja quasi eine Seltenheit geworden mittlerweile, VR-Titel zu finden, auch welche, die gut sind. Aber ich bin sicher, wir können heute alle Fragen beantworten, die es zu klären gibt. Bei mir ist der gute Ryan. Hi Ryan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Of course, there's so many things I want to know because this is a VR title. This is something bigger, like maybe a bigger challenge than developing a normal game, right?
VR has a wide range of challenges, which is what we love actually as a studio. I run the development studio behind Batman Arkham Shadow named Camouflage, and we've been working on VR titles for about 8 years right now, which
you
is a long
did the Iron
time.
Man one.
That's right, we did Iron Man VR with PlayStation, eventually brought it to Quest 2. And so we feel like VR game veterans because we've been doing it for a whole 8 years, which, you know, in the history of game industry, not that long, but for VR, it's actually, we're kind of on the more on the veteran side of things.
Yeah. So how was, I mean, you got some experience with comic material, right? Doing the Iron Man VR game. How was working with DC and Warner on this particular project?
Oh, it's been an absolute dream, and I really truly believe that. When we finished working on Iron Man VR for PlayStation VR, we got a phone call from Meta, behind the team behind the Quest, and they said, we love Iron Man VR, and we think a Batman Arkham game would be really popular on the Quest device. So what do you think about us going together to Warner Brothers and DC and pitching them on a brand new official Arkham game that's built for VR? And at the time I was actually really, really intimidated because I didn't think it was actually going to be possible.
I mean, those are big brands, right? And you go there and go and say, I have this idea, let's do this. And they were all in, right?
Well, they were as skeptical as I was because they looked at our background and they said, okay, you know how to make great VR titles. You clearly love the Arkham franchise. You guys can tell great stories. We're not worried about any of this stuff. But they said, the Arkham series revolutionized combat from a third-person perspective, back with Arkham Asylum in 2009. By the way, we're almost on the 15th anniversary of Arkham Asylum, which is awesome. But they said, how are you going to translate in the VR? And that was actually my first concern when I got the phone call as well.
Yeah, sure.
So I went to our team and I said, I don't know if we could do this. And they said, well, we pulled off Iron Man VR. And what's your concern, Ryan? I said, well, in VR, what are you going to do as Batman? You're going to walk up to these enemies and just start punching at them?
Yeah.
That's not Arkham. And they said, Ryan, Batman doesn't walk across the room, he punches across the room.
Yeah, he's flying too, like he's very agile, right?
Exactly. So we added that kind of that agility, that sort of free flow combat that is initiated with a punch, where the player lunges across the room, and then you start your combo, and you might get interrupted like the other Arkham titles. You get the combo meter that comes up, then you spin around, and then you engage with another enemy, and you're just doing that kind of dance with those other enemies, just like the other Arkham titles. Once we built that prototype and it started to feel like an Arkham game fully translated for VR, we brought it to Warner Brothers in DC.
And they said
yes. And they're like, okay, you guys figured it out. And I was like, yeah, I think we did figure it out. And then it's been 4 years of really in-depth development on the biggest game we've ever developed up to this point.
We actually have some gameplay here too.
We do, yes.
So tell me, what are we going to do? I mean, Batman, you mentioned already, he's so agile. He's got so many gadgets. What are we actually doing as Batman? Because we are Batman in this game.
That's right. So as you become Batman in this game, and we translated all of the core Arkham elements. You can see here, you're going to do the glide the maneuver as you go down to Gotham City. You've got your combat. You've got your glide kick. You're going to see Batman just glide kick through the theater screen here in epic fashion.
Wow!
And that initiates the combat. You can see the players dodging. Then they engage with a punch. Then another punch across the room. You're not walking across the room like I mentioned.
Yeah,
you're
right?
fully engaged. And then you got your detective elements. Detective is a big part of Batman, so you've got your detective vision and your investigations. And then we've got big story moments too. Wouldn't be an Arkham game without classic characters like Jim Gordon. You got Proto Scarecrow here. You got Proto Harleen Quinzel there. You've got Lockup, his new entry into the Arkham franchise. A big suit-up sequence. Basically, all the things you'd want out of an Arkham game, except for open world. We're not open world. We're more like Arkham Asylum, more of a Metroidvania-inspired game. But outside of that, check the boxes, and like that's what the team has been doing for the 4 years.
This looks so familiar. This is really cool. Like it reminds me of all the really good Arkham games.
That's right. Yeah, we were just absolute massive fans. We've just been studying the Arkham franchise, including bringing on some ex-Arkham developers who have joined my studio full-time that have been really teaching me and the team what it takes to make an authentic new entry into the Arkham franchise.
So I really get motion sick on VR. How are you going to tackle that?
So the thing I'm so proud about with our team is that with Iron Man, we were able to make a very fast action VR game that was really comfortable for players. And so far, we've been able to run many people through at Gamescom through our playable demo. And everybody's talking about like, wow, I'm doing all these amazing things, all this fast action in VR, and I feel great. And I'll tell you the secret for what's behind that. First of all, it's really important you keep the frame rate up really high, because what you're doing in VR is that you're basically just tricking your brain into believing that you are there.
Right.
And when the brain when the frame rate goes down or the game doesn't respond the way you would do in real life, that's when your brain starts to get a little bit confused.
Yes.
So I think our team is really experts at high frame rate. We utilize the Quest 3 device to have high fidelity graphics. So the more that you are immersed, the more that you feel like you're Batman, the more comfortable it is. And so far, everybody's come through the demos, felt really great coming after it. So I actually have a high degree of confidence that people are going to feel great coming out of Arkham Shadow.
Okay, this makes me actually feel better now because I get motion sick so quickly.
Please come by and play the game. I think you're going to have a great time, and I think you're going to feel great.
I love Batman too. It's like, I really love the detective part, so I'm glad that's in.
Yeah.
Because this is, for me, like very important in a Batman movie, game, whatever. He has to be some kind of detective.
Yeah, it's not just action. It's not just fighting, right? There's the character moments. There's the detective work, like you said. And I think it's been so important for us to translate that and taking inspiration, not only from the Arkham games, but we actually took a lot of inspiration from the Matt Reeves Batman film from 2022. It was a great film, right?
So good.
Yeah.
I watched it so many times. Like really, I got the steel box at home.
You do?
Sitting next to my TV because I love that movie so much.
It's so cool. And one thing we actually borrowed from that film, I don't know if you've noticed in the gameplay trailer, but the Batarang comes out of the chest,
of course,
just like we do in the film with Robert Pattinson. And so we thought that was actually perfect for VR. So you just have to put your hand up there, and grab the Batarang.
How you grab it?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yes. Final question.
Yes.
Maybe you cannot answer it yet. since VR games are kind of short sometimes, how long will we be able to be Batman in that game?
So when we approached Warner Brothers, we said, hey, again, we're huge fans of Arkham Asylum, the whole game, but we're the whole series, but we're really focusing on Asylum, and we feel like Asylum has some of the most perfect pacing of any video game.
It does.
And so that's a game that's around 10 to 12 hours in length,
Yes.
and that's roughly around the length of time that we are
Wow,
aiming for
really?
Arkham Shadow. So, if people run through the game really quickly, don't tweet at me that, hey, I finished the game in 8 hours. Like, good job. But you must have skipped all of the puzzles, all of the exploration. That's all good. But yeah, so we're aiming for that kind of Arkham Asylum length of game,
wow.
which I think is going to be perfect for our holiday release. That, by the way, is a Quest 3 exclusive. And one thing that we're trying to do with our trailers to demonstrate the graphic prowess of the Quest 3. We're really pushing the limits in terms of atmospherics, the high fidelity materials, and the real-time shadow of Batman projected on the environment. I don't know if you noticed in the trailer.
Yeah.
That is very computationally heavy, so that's one of the reasons why we're Quest 3 exclusive. So.
Nice. Oh, this sounds all very, very good. Thank you so much for coming by.
Yeah, it was
today.
a pleasure. It's great to meet you. And as a fellow huge Batman fan, I hope that we make you proud with Batman Arkham Shadow.
I hope so too.
Thank you.
If not, I'm gonna call.
Yeah, give me a ring.
Thank you so much.
Call me on the
stopping
Batphone.
by.
Thank you.
Of course. Ja, das war's erstmal von uns hier wieder aus der Booth und ich hoffe, ihr bleibt dran, denn wir haben noch viele spannende Themen für euch. Bis gleich.
Hallo von der Gamescom 2024. Wir sind hier unterwegs mit Robert Habeck, unserem Vizekanzler auf der Gamescom. Er versteckt sich gerade hinter uns im THQ-Booth. Und wir wissen nicht ganz, spielt er Gothic, spielt er Titan Quest 2? Wir finden es raus, wir folgen ihm ein bisschen und wir schauen mal, vielleicht kriegen wir ihn auch vor die Kamera. Bleibt dran. Also wir warten jetzt hier schon seit 2 Stunden. Er spielt immer noch Gothic 1. Und da ist er. Er hat jetzt gerade mit Felix Falk gesprochen. Natürlich war er bei THQ mit Gothic und mit Titan Quest, weil das deutsche Spiele sind. Die werden sozusagen auch durch deutsches Steuergeld unterstützt, durch Förderung unterstützt. Und wir schauen mal, wo er jetzt hingeht. Ich vermute fast, dass wenn wir hier zu nah rangehen, dann tackelt mich die Security weg, weil wir haben natürlich einen Tross, ihr seht das, von bestimmt 2 Dutzend Leuten und die Hälfte davon wiegen mindestens 120 Kilo. In einem überraschenden Plot-Twist sind wir jetzt bei Star Wars angekommen und jetzt fragen sich wahrscheinlich die meisten, warum geht Robert Habeck zu Star Wars? Der eigentliche Plot-Twist ist, dass wir hier am Star Wars Outlaws Stand natürlich auch Anno haben und jetzt Anno ist natürlich fast das deutscheste Spiel, was man sich vorstellen kann. Dementsprechend sprechen wir gerade am Ubisoft Star Wars Outlaws Stand über Anno. Und jetzt geht es gerade um die Wertschöpfungskette, jetzt geht es um die ganzen Entwickler, die an dem Spiel arbeiten, an einem wirklich sehr erfolgreichen deutschen Titel. Und das kommt ja nicht wirklich so häufig vor. Dementsprechend geht es jetzt gerade genau darum. Er wird sich jetzt wirklich noch Star Wars Outlaws angucken. Das finde ich natürlich fantastisch, weil meine eigentliche Frage war, wenn Robert Habeck Anno spielt, also wie sieht das aus? Und die Frage, sich jetzt bei Star Wars zu stellen, ist ja noch viel absurder. Ja, und jetzt erklärt er ihm ein Open-World-Game. Also es ist einfach fantastisch, was hier passiert. Ein ganz interessantes Thema gerade. Es geht gerade um die Entwicklung von Star Wars, also vom aktuellen Outlaws-Game hier. Und zwar hat Ubisoft gerade gesagt, arbeiten ungefähr 500, 600 Leute dran. Und jetzt ging es um das Thema KI und wie KI das sozusagen effizienter gestalten könnte. Und Robert Habeck und der Ubisoft-Mensch sozusagen, die waren sich gerade nicht ganz einig. Also Ubisoft möchte das gerne alles ein bisschen effizienter gestalten. Da wird auch in Zukunft sozusagen KI natürlich helfen, das schneller zu produzieren, beziehungsweise auch die Mannstärke reduzieren zu können. Und Robert Habecks sehr diplomatisches Kommentar war gerade, aber wenn das jetzt hier 500, 600 Leute programmiert haben, waren das sehr gute 500, 600 Leute. Also er war jetzt gerade nicht so unbedingt positiv darüber, dass man sagt, naja, mit KI können wir de facto Arbeitsplätze abbauen. Sehr interessant. Ich würde sagen, wir verabschieden uns erstmal von Robert Habeck und gehen zurück ins Studio. Bis später.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Gamescom Studio live on IGN, and I'm here with a very special game that is very close to my heart. I'm here with Eugene and Yevgen from Stalker 2. And guys, how have you been? It's been a very long year since last I saw you.
So for me, I'm mostly sure that we've been here 2 years ago, because so much time passed for us, and it's totally not a year.
Yeah, it feels like
and
it. Absolutely.
It's both very hard and both very exciting to be here and with the new build we bring here to the players, to share it and to get the feedback, and to get the feedback about the progress we made, and that made me happy. Yeah, but it was very hard. It was very tough.
From our side, we made like a huge step forward if we compare the game that we showcased last year and this year. You may experience Stalker 2 on Xbox as well.
What are the key improvements and key features that you're most proud of since what you worked on since last year?
I guess it's more about finishing the game, polishing the game, and optimizing the game. Because our standards are high, and we are doing everything possible to make it very friendly and optimized for players, because it's a first-person shooter, and it's very important to get a smooth gameplay and a good quality and quite realistic. And it's a very tough task to do, but we are doing everything as good as possible, and I hope players will enjoy it. And it took like the time.
Yeah, for some studios, polishing and fixing the game and making it ready for release takes as much time as it takes to initially get it going. How has the development process been influenced by the challenges faced during production?
If we're talking about not usual challenges like what we faced with the war, it affects hugely. Most and biggest impact is also on emotional side, because you're not just only living your life and doing the game, but it's also frightened about what's going on in your homeland, with your team who stay in homeland, who's risking their lives while doing this game, and the ones who are on the front line protecting our country, and all this affects the way you live, think, and do games. And it's also a big challenge to stay effective, calm, and let's say optimized for your work. So it's beside of the regular challenges of making a huge game with open world, with non-linear story, and it's just pretty hard to do it even without these circumstances.
And then coming back to Gamescom and talking about the game that we already talked about last year under almost the same circumstances. But how have these challenges shaped the final product that you're about to release in November?
So I guess we are, as an artist, we are targeting to bring our picture, our game, to be as good as we can. And for us it's very important, so we could be proud of, because we put like 6 years of our lives in this game, and it's so important for us to make it memorable and touching for the players. So it's not only a joy, it's also an art, and I hope we are doing fine, great. But as for developer, it's hard to judge yourself.
No, I'm honest when I say I'm sure that most people think that you're doing more than just great. What can players expect in terms of narrative depth when it comes to that, like Stalker 2 in comparison to previous titles?
Actually, that was one of the hardest parts and hardest challenges for us, because one of our missions was to preserve this absolutely unique Stalker atmosphere that we had in original trilogy, and it includes like our big storyline that is non-linear, and each of your actions, each of your decisions are making some consequences in short term, both, and long term. So to finish all the content we prepared for the game, it can take like a lot of hours, maybe up to 100 even.
I will also add a point, portion that inside the game we have a lot of cutscenes that are showing the story parts with more emotional and intense part, and we have more than 3 hours of cutscenes, and it's almost like two big movies inside a big game, and it's really a huge work. And for the cutscenes, I'm so proud for how they looked, felt, and I'm sure that everyone would love them because they are brilliant for me. And yeah, so the story is something we are very proud of inside our game.
I was just asking about the high expectations, and you're doing a very good job in even upping them for me right now.
No, I don't want to higher expectations.
But I mean, given the high expectations for Stalker 2, how have you approached the legacy of the original games while introducing new elements that appeal to a new audience that is now going to Gamescom right now, checking out the game?
Yeah, so from our perspective, I would say that that one was kind of tough and a challenging task, because we need to provide the most full gamer experience and the most full load into the world for the new players, because we're expecting our fan base to grow, and of course we would like to more people to get involved with Stalker, to get acquainted with starting maybe from the second part and then moving to see what happened before Stalker. So, but still, you're able, if you're not acquainted with the original trilogy, you still need to play the second one, because it's a unique story. But still, if you played the previous games, you will meet some old friends as well.
And we were trying to bring this story for the new players, so they don't need to like know the first parts of the game to play this game and to understand it, because we understand that a lot of time passed, and we will have a lot of new players who don't know anything about the Stalker franchise, and we are preparing the story and the way how we introduce the game to the player, so it would be enjoyable for our big new audience.
So everyone should find something about their Stalker experience. It will be unique for each player.
That's a wonderful way of wrapping it up. We're going to talk about this game way more once we're done here, because I have 10, 20 more questions to ask you. What are your final thoughts while you're prepped for launch? What is the final thing you want people to know before the game comes out?
Wow, it's hard to tell, because we are doing everything possible. We are loving our game, and we believe that a lot of players would love it too. And we don't want to set a high standards, because we have the standards inside our studio, but we want you to love the game the way as we do, and I guess that a lot of people would enjoy it much.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I would like to add that we really put a lot of effort, a lot of love to this project, and we're really excited to see a lot of people today in the queues to our booth, and we see that they enjoy the game, they play in it, they experience some really tough emotions, and they're getting afraid of this world, and it should be like that. So I guess we kind of achieved our goal.
And this time we bring like a 30 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah.
We wanted to make it more so the players could feel the game and not just a short like 15 minutes demo, because it's not enough to go inside the game
to feel it.
Yeah.
So guys, thank you very much for being here again to talk more about Stalker 2. Guys, get ready for launch in November. And if you're here at the show floor, check it out at the Xbox booth. And for more of Gamescom 2024, stay tuned.
Wenn ihr genug habt von Videospielen auf der Messe und ein bisschen Wunsch habt, nach eure Augen zu entspannen, dann könnt ihr hier in der Cards and Boards Area, in der Merch Area, ganz viele unterschiedliche Kartenspiele spielen. Trading Card Games sind hoch im Kurs hier auf der Gamescom dieses Jahr. Wir sind jetzt hier gerade bei Magic the Gathering mit dem neuen Set. Wunderschöne Kulisse hier und wir schauen uns mal um, was es hier sonst noch zu sehen gibt. Bis gleich. Magic the Gathering als Platzhirsch ist natürlich hier groß vertreten. Es gibt auch neue Mitbewerber, wie zum Beispiel Star Wars Unlimited, ein Trading Card Game, bei dem ihr unter anderem natürlich mit Luke Skywalker und R2-D2 spielen könnt. Da schauen wir uns gleich genauer an, wie das Spiel funktioniert. Und natürlich der große Hype Locana. Disneys Locana ist auch hier und ganz, ganz viele mehr. Wir gehen jetzt mal direkt auf die Stände und schauen uns die Spiele genauer an. Bis gleich, kommt mit. Wir sind jetzt hier bei Asmodee, beim Star Wars Unlimited Stand. Neben mir ist Elena. Schönen guten Morgen.
Hi, guten Morgen.
Hi. Erzähl uns mal ein bisschen was, wie ist Star Wars angekommen? Also ich meine, die Lizenz ist ja super stark, aber der Trading Card Markt ist natürlich auch sehr, sehr, sehr stark bewachsen, gerade auch mit euren Mitbewerbern, die ja direkt neben euch sind. Ja. Wie seid ihr da rangegangen und wie läuft Star Wars Unlimited?
Es läuft super. Also wir könnten nicht zufriedener sein. Die Leute lieben es. Also klar, du sagst es schon, die Star Wars Lizenz, die steht schon für sich. Da schreien die Leute halt einfach schon Hurra. Ne? Das ist natürlich mega. Die erkennen Charaktere wieder und da blüht natürlich das Star Wars Herz auf. Aber auch das Gameplay holt die Leute halt total ab. Ne? Also es ist ein ganz dynamisches Gameplay. Ne? Es ist wirklich nicht ein kompletter Spielzug und dann ist der andere dann, sondern immer eine Aktion nach der anderen. Und das bringt eine Dynamik rein, dann, dass du mit Bodentruppen, aber auch mit den Lufttruppen spielst. Ne? Das holt die Leute halt total ab und es macht einfach einen Wahnsinn Spaß. Ne?
Das war auch das, was mich am meisten überrascht hat, dass man so anders denken muss auf einmal, weil man eben nicht mehrere Sachen macht, sondern immer eine Aktion und dann auch diesen strategischen Wechsel hat. Wann ziehe ich mich zurück, um dann in der nächsten Runde wieder den Bonus zu haben, die Initiative zu haben. Es gab ja so ein bisschen Diskussion auch über die Grafiken, weil es halt nicht so die bekannten Motive sind aus den Filmen, sondern eher an die früheren, sagen wir so 80er-Jahre-Comics erinnert. Das war sicherlich auch eine sehr bewusste Entscheidung.
Ja, genau. Also es war uns ganz wichtig, dass da Künstlerisches auch ein Alleinstellungsmerkmal ist, ne, und einfach für sich steht und nicht eben alles, wie man es kennt, ist, sondern dass man sich das irgendwie genauer anguckt. Und da erkenne ich das wieder. Und ne, da haben ganz viele Künstler und Künstlerinnen dran gearbeitet. Und das war uns ganz wichtig, dass das individuell ist, genau.
Jetzt ist ja hier dieser Trading Card Bereich auf der Gamescom deutlich gewachsen. Ihr seid zum ersten Mal beim Trading Card Bereich jetzt hier oder wart ihr letztes Jahr auch schon da?
Nee, genau, wir sind zum ersten Mal mit Star Wars Unlimited und Altered dann auch hier und genau, sind ganz gespannt, aber es kommt super an.
Ja. Was sagen die Videospielenden zu Kartenspielen? Müsst ihr da viel Überzeugungsarbeit leisten oder ist es einfach die gleiche Zielgruppe?
Ich glaube, die Leute freuen sich zunehmend, wieder so eine Balance zu schaffen zwischen analog und digital, einfach auch mal wirklich alles auszumachen und zusammen an den Tisch zu kommen, eben gerade dieses zusammen Face-to-Face zu sitzen, das genießen die Leute total und das merken wir einfach auch, dass die Leute da total zugänglich für sind. Ne?
Das heißt, man kann hierher kommen und wirklich auch einfach sich das Spiel erklären lassen. Ist dann auch richtig hier, kann man sich hier Karten kaufen auch oder wie ist das Konzept?
Genau, das volle Programm. Wir haben eine ganze Menge Spieletische, wir haben genug Leute, die das Spiel von vorne bis hinten erklären und begleiten können und man kann sich hier voll ausstatten lassen mit Zubehör, mit allem drum und dran und ja, kann dann voll ausgestattet nach Hause gehen.
Ja. Dann ärgere ich dich jetzt ein bisschen und sage live long and prosper. Und wir schauen mal Altered an. Das finde ich nämlich auch super spannend. Danke dir.
Super, danke dir.
Ich stehe jetzt hier mit Eric am Stand von Altered, ein Spiel von Equinox. Hi Eric.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Can you tell me a little bit about what is your connection to Altered?
I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for the company, and we are here to present the game in a video game convention. This is the first, so very curious to see how it goes, and since a few days now it goes very well.
Okay, so Altered is a little bit different than the other trading card games here all around you. Can you tell us, like in 1-2 sentences, what's like the main difference between Altered and like Magic and Lorcana, for example?
Yeah, but that's a new game. I mean, Magic is 30 years old. Lorcana, we are kind of very close to them in the sense that we have a lore and an artistic approach which is very modern, very fresh, and very positive. But at the same time, we offer more mechanics, more innovations in the digital aspects of the thing, with the QR code, with the marketplace, with the print-on-demand features, and at the same time, from the gameplay perspective, we are very accessible and we speak to a wide audience.
Yeah. Let's dive right into what's like the thing with the QR codes. What's about that?
Okay, very simple. I can show you here. We have cards. Every single card comes at the bottom with a unique QR code, which means when you open one into booster, you just scan it with the app and then you own it digitally.
Oh!
Yeah, and once you own it digitally, you have access to more services. You can deck build and you can register your deck list to tournaments, but also you can sell your cards over the online marketplace, which is a global marketplace in euro and dollars. And you can also reprint your cards from wherever you are into the world and have them delivered from the closest factory to your doorstep, brand new in the language of your choice.
Nice, but if I sell it, I can't print it, right? It's like a unique QR code that only the owner can print out.
That's the idea. Let's say you sell it to someone on the other side of the globe, then you don't have to ship it to him or her. Instead, him or her just buy it digitally from you and then reprint it via the print-on-demand service, and the closest factory gives it to him or her.
Okay. But you're not coming to my door and like asking me to rip my card.
No, you can keep it.
I can still keep it.
Yeah, you can play casually with it. The only difference is if you want to play any competitive event, you will have to own the cards because you will have to register your deck list from within the app. Okay. If you don't own the cards digitally, all you can do with your cards is play.
That's a very smart idea.
That's one way of offering you choices to do whatever you want with cards. Some people are going to buy boosters, sell all the digital rights and play with the cards. Others are going to collect digitally.
That's a very fresh approach. I really like that about it. So it's a modern approach to trading card games. Is there always also going to be like something like very basic trading cards like boosters and starter decks? That's like the same, right?
Yeah, we have only two products right now. We have boosters and starter decks. Starter decks are just how you get all the material you need to play the game, because you need some 5 cards in the middle to play for the adventure cards we have in the game, which is a specificity of our game. And then the boosters are regular TCG boosters. The only difference is instead of getting foils into your boosters, you're used to getting foils randomly. Here we offer you foilers, and foilers are cards that you can then redeem to choose whichever card you want to foil into your collection. And when you print it on demand, you can print it foil. It's up to you.
Hey. Okay, that's a nice approach as well. And the other thing is like some cards are unique and like one of a kind in the world. How does that work? Like, I mean, I could imagine like trading card games depend on like printing a lot of cards, like from one to get the margin in. So how does that work? Is it like print on demand with like very unique cards, or how's the idea about that?
It's straight into the boosters. Instead of mythic cards or very rare cards, ours are unique. Once every 8 boosters, you get one. It's algorithmically generated with boundaries, so you can get a kind of a very bad card sometimes, or a very, very good card, maybe the next Black Lotus. It's very random, but the thing is, we wanted to offer you a new way to feel something very strong when you open boosters, because we believe it's something that has been lost in the past. People are used to opening boosters, they know the card and so on. Here, anytime you get a unique, you might get the next Black Lotus and the most expensive card in the game.
But how do I recognize, like, for example, we both open a booster. Yeah. We have the same image of the card, but the values are different. Is that how it is?
No. I mean, you have 3 different rarities, common rares and uniques. So the uniques are very goldish and you can see they are unique. But then when you check the cards, if you have 2 cards unique with the same design, because they belong to the same family, then you just check the stats, mana cost, biome abilities, or just abilities, and you will see the differences. Every single unique is unique. The one you have, no one else on the globe has it.
How does the balancing work with random stuff like that? That is very hard task to do, right?
Yeah, it is hard. But first, we only allow you to play 3 uniques in a 40 cards deck. And then you have to think about it. A unique card means you and only you has it. If I play against you one day and your unique is very strong, okay, good enough. But the next people I play against doesn't have your unique. So just by itself, it's balancing. And also the game mechanic is make it so that cards don't stick in play like in Magic, where you have one big creature that kills you every turn. You can do nothing. Here, there is a life cycle to your card, and there is always a counter to any card in the game. So you always have solution to any unique cards, however strong it is.
Okay, so it's your first Gamescom. How the thing you tell me is sounds like very video gamey, you know, in a sort of way, because it's already like digital. So how's your experience? Is the Gamescom like the perfect place to show this game for the first time here?
I mean, one thing we didn't speak about is that the game is already available on Board Game Arena for free. You can play with starter decks. And in September, if everything goes according to plan, we should release an update which will allow you to play with your own digital collection on Board Game Arena, including the unique cards. So this is a digital game which goes into the paper Board Game Arena as well into the video game arena, which makes us very much connected to Gamescom.
Perfect. Thank you very much and good luck with the game. Also ihr habt gesehen, der perfekte Mix aus digital und analog. Einen besseren Platz als die Gamescom könnte ich mir für dieses Spiel Altered nicht vorstellen. Ich bin hyped. There's currently only the English version, but the German version is coming out soon.
German, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Brazilian, French and English are the 6 languages available at release. Yes.
Also deutsche Version kommt bald. Bleibt dran oder ihr geht einfach auf die Board Game Arena, da könnt ihr das Spiel schon spielen. Thank you very much and au revoir.
Dankeschön. Bis bald.
Tschüss. So, wenn ihr euch in den letzten Monaten ein bisschen für Trading Card Games interessiert habt, dann seid ihr um Disney Lorcaner wahrscheinlich nicht herumgekommen. Genauso hier auf der Gamescom natürlich auch eine riesen Präsenz. Letztes Jahr standen die Leute Schlange, man musste fast schon extra Security holen, damit die Flure nicht verstopfen. Ich stehe jetzt hier mit Tim. Schönen guten Morgen.
Ja, hallo, schönen guten Morgen.
Ja, deine zweite Gamescom mit Lorcaner, oder?
Genau so ist es. Wir sind wieder da und es ist genauso toll wie letztes Jahr.
Ja. Ein bisschen anderes Konzept habe ich jetzt das Gefühl vom Stand. Letztes Jahr war es eher so, um zu zeigen, hey, wir sind jetzt da, es gibt ein neues Trading Card Game. Jetzt habe ich so das Gefühl, wenn ich mich hier umschaue, sehr viel Community Building, sehr viele Community Spiele auch. Was war euer Ansatz dieses Jahr?
Wir haben gesagt, wir wollen natürlich eine coole Community schaffen, wir wollen eine coole Erfahrung schaffen eben für das Spiel und ja, man kann das Spiel lernen, man kann das Spiel kaufen, wie letztes Jahr auch, man kann Fotos machen, aber wir haben auch Content-Kreatoren da, mit denen man spielen kann, wir haben einen Artist da, der Karten unterschreibt, man kann gegen mich spielen als Entwickler, also deswegen, wir versuchen einfach Sachen zu schaffen, dass Leute eine coole Zeit haben und ein cooles Erlebnis.
Was kriegt man denn, wenn man gegen dich gewinnt?
Also es geht ja nicht darum, ums Gewinnen, aber ich gebe immer ein paar Promokarten raus, wenn man es schafft zu gewinnen. Aber jeder, egal ob man gewinnt oder verliert, kriegt auf jeden Fall die Christoph-Promokarte.
Erzähl mal, wie so deine letzten Monate verlaufen sind oder für euch. Also ich meine, es war ja klar, es ist eine starke Lizenz, aber es war sehr unsicher, wie man auf dem Trading Card Markt überhaupt noch reinkommt. Es ist eingeschlagen wie eine Bombe und wart ihr selber auch überrascht, wie erfolgreich Lorcaner jetzt geworden ist oder habt ihr insgeheim natürlich auch davon geträumt?
Also natürlich haben wir davon geträumt, aber mit der Größe hätten wir nicht so gerechnet. Klar, wir haben gesagt, es wird ein Erfolg, wir stehen da auch voll hinter, deswegen überrascht uns der Punkt nicht, aber es ist jenseits von dem, was wir uns erträumt hatten. Und das macht natürlich Spaß, aber stellt Herausforderungen dar und wir sind viel unterwegs. Wir haben gerade unsere Challenge-Turniere gemacht, 3 von denen in Bologna, Bochum und Lille mit jeweils 2000 Spielern, die alle sofort ausverkauft waren und das ist natürlich nochmal ein ganz anderes Level, also von 0 auf 100 eben, da loszulegen.
Ich war ja so ein bisschen kritisch am Anfang, weil ich dachte, okay, die Lizenz ist so stark, aber es gibt ja auch viele Trading Card Spiele, die eher aus Sammlersicht gesammelt werden und gar nicht so aktiv gespielt werden. Was ich jetzt aber so gemerkt habe, am Anfang hatte man das Gefühl, es ist eher ein Sammlergegenstand und jetzt aber auch Freunde von mir, die auf Turniere fahren und die sagen, das Meta hat sich total entwickelt und eine richtig aktive Spieler-Community auch geworden ist. Wie hat sich so dieses Meta deiner Meinung nach so entwickelt? Also wo hat sich Lorcaner hinbewegt seit dem Start?
Also wir haben schon natürlich das Spiel entwickelt, eben mit einem Competitive Mindset eben für Turniere, aber gleichzeitig halt eben auch etwas, was wirklich für jeden etwas ist. Also es soll wirklich einfach sein, dieses typische easy to learn, hard to master. Man kommt super leicht rein, man kann das Spiel spielen, aber wenn man möchte, kann man sich komplett darin verlieren. Man kann tief reingehen, man kann Deck-Analysen machen, Meta-Analysen machen und wirklich gucken, okay, was funktioniert gut, was funktioniert nicht so gut. Und so haben sich auch die Turniere eben entwickelt. Bisher keine großen Überraschungen für uns. Ab und zu mal so das ein oder andere Deck, wo man denkt, hey, das ist so cool, dass Leute wirklich so kreativ irgendwie was Neues bauen, dass sie nicht nur dieselben Listen nehmen, sondern sich wirklich Gedanken machen, hey, was funktioniert gut gegen das, was alle Leute im Moment spielen, und das ist das Coolste.
Also, kommt vorbei hier bei Disney Locana, wenn ihr vor allem diese Promokarte wollt. Ihr macht ja auf jeder Messe eine eigene Promokarte. Wer ist diesmal auf der Promokarte zu sehen?
Diesmal gibt es den Christoph. Allerdings ist es nicht mehr für jede Messe komplett exklusiv, sondern für das Set. Also jetzt genau mit Himmelsleuchten gibt es den Christoph, und die Messen, die in der Zeit von Himmelsleuchten sind, haben den Christoph. Und dann machen wir so weiter.
Ist ja auch fair, da muss man nicht zu jeder Messe, sondern kann sich die aussuchen, die in der Nähe ist. Und wir schalten jetzt mal die Kamera ab, weil ich schnorre mir jetzt nämlich so eine Promokarte hier. Bis gleich. Ihr habt gesehen, es gibt wahnsinnig viel zu spielen, zu sehen. Man kriegt alles erklärt hier in dieser Board-and-Card-Area hier auf der Gamescom 2024. Super Sache. Ich bin ja ein großer Brettspiel-Fan, Sammelkartenspiele auch ewig viel gespielt. Ich habe mir natürlich auch ein paar Booster geholt, die mache ich jetzt ganz in Ruhe auf und schaue, ob ich irgendwas Seltenes gezogen habe. Und euch wünsche ich sehr viel Spaß, wenn ihr hier in die Trading-Card-Ecke geht, und natürlich gutes Kartenglück. Viel Spaß.
All right, guys, let's get this job done. I don't want to explain to HQ why an entire outpost is on the lookout for us. We go in and get out before the crowds realize we were here. Meaning none of that heroic crap, charging in like a headless chicken.
You make it sound like child's play. The Jerrys won't just roll over without putting up.
I never said that we can't engage them first.
Didn't you just say they shouldn't even know we're here?
We just gotta make sure they don't have time to react to us. Pinning their herd, simple as that. Fast and precise. That's how we strike.
You're nuts if you think the three of us are enough to pull this off.
If we want to win the war, we don't have a choice. Not the first time we've done the impossible.
Willkommen zurück hier auf der Gamescom 2024 aus dem Gamescom Studio. Ich habe einen weiteren Gast bei mir. Es hört nicht auf heute. Ich bin trotzdem sehr froh, dass er hier ist, um mit mir über Commandos Origins zu sprechen. Hier ist der gute Jürgen. Hallo.
Hallo, grüß dich.
Schön, dass du da bist.
Schön, dass ich da sein darf.
Sag mal, Kommandos, ne? Das ist ja auch eine Sache für sich. Ich habe da Sehr spannend. Ich habe eine Kindheitserinnerung an Kommandos, denn meine beste Freundin hatte einen älteren Bruder und der hatte einen PC. Da musste ich immer ganz sneaky sein, weil der wollte nicht, dass wir an seinen PC gehen. Der hatte ganz tolle Spiele und eins davon war das erste Kommandos natürlich. Jetzt frage ich dich, was ist denn deine Erinnerung an die Kommandos-Reihe, die hervorsticht?
Tatsächlich auch an das erste. Ich habe relativ viel Strategie gespielt, Command & Conquer, dann später StarCraft und solche Geschichten. Und ich weiß gar nicht, wie ich an das Kommandos kam. Ich habe es auf jeden Fall installiert und das war einfach diese Erkenntnis, jetzt weg von diesem klassischen, ich muss Ressourcen abbauen, ich baue eine Station auf, produziere Einheiten und eine Armee, um dann den Gegner anzugreifen, hin zu diesem, ich habe nur eine Handvoll Experten, Eliteeinheit, die ich auch hegen und pflegen muss, vorsichtig vorgehen, sneaky, eben dieses Stealth-Spielen und die Möglichkeiten, die sich daraus ergeben haben, das hat mich einfach total beeindruckt und ich bin eben auch super froh, dass ich jetzt die Gelegenheit habe, an dieser Marke zu arbeiten.
Wie kam es denn eigentlich dazu? Das ist ja ganz spannend, ne? Weil das wurde ja eigentlich von spanischen Entwicklern
Genau, das war Pyro Studios. 1998 ist schon eine Weile her, wurde das erste released. Und tatsächlich so, ich bin auch schon eine Weile in der Spielebranche. Ich habe die Originale gespielt, sag ich mal, da war ich schon in der Branche. Und mich hat tatsächlich der Simon Hellwig angerufen, der Gründer von Calypso Media.
Ja.
Und wir haben so ein bisschen geplauscht über, was kann man denn so zusammen machen. Und er hat mir erzählt, ich habe übrigens die Markenrechte von Pyro Studios gekauft für Kommandos. Und da sind bei mir gleich die Augen groß geworden, so wie, machst du da jetzt neue Spiele?
Ja, cool.
Und er wollte das erst extern machen lassen und hat gesagt, nee, aber eigentlich, das ist für die wichtigen Marken, macht so viel mehr Sinn, wenn ich eigene Studios habe. So wie für Tropico habe ich ein eigenes Studio, für Railway Empire habe ich ein eigenes Studio. Lass uns doch für Kommandos auch eins machen. Und so haben wir dann eine Weile miteinander geredet. Und nach einer Zeit kam dann die Entscheidung, komm, wir machen das. Das ist jetzt meine Mission, das Studio aufzubauen, um die neuen Kommandos-Spiele zu entwickeln.
Total schön. Es gab ja dann in letzter Zeit auch die Remasters.
Genau.
Natürlich, aber bei Origins handelt es sich ja um ein komplett neues Spiel. Was ist es denn? Ist es ein Prequel? Ist es eine Fortsetzung? Wo spielt es? Kannst du da was zu sagen?
Also unsere Vision war, die DNA von den Kommandos-Spielen zu nehmen und in ein modernes, zeitgemäßes Produkt reinzupacken. Das ist eine ziemliche Gratwanderung, weil es gibt sehr, sehr viele Fans, die wissen ganz genau, was ein Kommandos-Spiel sein muss.
Ja.
Und der Schwierigkeitsgrad ist sehr, sehr hoch und anspruchsvoll. Gleichzeitig wollen wir es natürlich zugänglich machen für neue Spieler und auch die, ich weiß, wenn du es damals gespielt hast, kannst dich vielleicht erinnern, wie schwierig das war, das überhaupt zu bedienen, weil du fast die ganze Tastatur gebraucht, um überhaupt die ganzen Shortcuts zu benutzen. Und das eben auch auf eine Gamepad-Steuerung zu bekommen. Wir sind ja Multiplattform, wir haben es auf der Playstation, auf der Xbox. Das war natürlich eine Challenge. Und das war für uns so das Wichtigste. Es muss sich anfühlen und aussehen wie ein Kommandos, aber es muss zeitgemäß sein, moderne Technik, 3D-Grafik, ansprechende Grafik. Ja, und ich denke, das haben wir ganz gut hingekriegt.
Und von den Schauplätzen her, also es spielt natürlich weiterhin im Zweiten Weltkrieg, ne? Aber ist das auch die gleiche Truppe, die wir da bedienen, oder wo ist das so angesiedelt?
Da beantworte ich auch deine Frage von eben nochmal zu Ende, nämlich wir fangen ganz am Anfang an. Wir erzählen quasi die Geschichte, wie sind denn diese 6 Kommandos, die ich aus dem ersten Spiel kenne, überhaupt zusammengekommen. Deshalb auch Origins. Das heißt, wir haben den Original-Cast, die ersten 6 Kommandos, später kamen noch 2 weitere dazu. Der Dieb und die Natascha, die Verführerin, die haben wir jetzt erstmal weggelassen. Wir sagen, wir fangen vorne an, wie der Sepper den Green Beret rekrutiert, um so eine neue Einheit aufzubauen. Und dann kommen nach und nach die anderen Figuren dazu.
Okay, das klingt ja auf jeden Fall schon mal sehr spannend und hoffentlich auch für Veteranen dann auch zufriedenstellend. Ne? Das ist ja auch das, was man immer möchte. Aber gibt es denn auch tatsächlich Sachen, die komplett neu sind für die Kommandos-Reihe?
Also komplett neu in dem Sinne, das Core-Feature-Set muss natürlich gleich sein.
Ja, klar.
Diese Hauptfiguren, die haben Abilities, da sind wir auch bei den ikonischen geblieben. Also der Green Beret kann sich einbuddeln, der Sepper hat seine Granaten und seine Bärenfalle, der Spion hat die Giftspritze und so weiter. Das muss natürlich so sein. Wir haben dann versucht, natürlich, was können wir in dem Rahmen des Core-Gameplay ergänzen. was Sinn macht. Uns war wichtig, dass wir dem Spieler viel mehr Freiheiten noch geben als in den Originalkommandos. Also wir haben sehr große Karten zum Beispiel, wo du allein schon mal von dem Ansatz, wie gehe ich diese Aufgabe taktisch an, ganz viele Möglichkeiten hast. Gehe ich jetzt hier rum, darum, wie setze ich die Kommandos da strategisch ein? Und wir haben auch so Sachen drin wie Environment Interaction, also dass du zum Beispiel sehr viele Kills aussehen lassen kannst wie ein Unfall, dass du irgendwo was runterwerfen kannst zum Beispiel. Oder, genau. Oder es liegt zufällig irgendwie ein Kabel in der Pfütze und da ist ein Schalter neben dran, den kann ich einschalten im richtigen Moment. Solche Geschichten.
Ja.
Und was wir noch haben, ist, dass wir so ein bisschen Exploration drin haben. Das heißt, wenn du an bestimmte Stellen in der Karte kommst, werden unter Umständen neue Hints freigeschaltet. Du entdeckst zum Beispiel Flugabwehrkanone und dann unterhalten sich die Kommandos, oh, wenn wir die jetzt ausschalten, dann müssen wir ja gar nicht da hingehen, selbst das sprengen, dann können wir vielleicht einen Airstrike rufen und dann wird das bombardiert, das Ziel.
Das klingt auf jeden Fall alles sehr, sehr gut und sehr vernünftig. Es sieht auch gut aus. Wir sehen es hier gerade schon die ganze Zeit. Jetzt habe ich noch eine entscheidende letzte Frage und zwar würde ich gerne wissen, es ist ja auch schwierig mit der Thematik so in Deutschland und dem Zweiten Weltkrieg. Ne? Da wissen wir ja, früher mussten die ganzen Symbole und so natürlich ausgetauscht werden, damit das hier überhaupt erscheint in der Form. Wie geht ihr mit dieser Thematik um? Ist natürlich ein bisschen schwierig auch oder was heißt schwierig auch, vielleicht anders als deutsche Studio da so ranzugehen, ne?
Also uns war sehr klar, dass es international den Leuten sehr, sehr wichtig ist, dass das Spiel authentisch ist. Sprich auch mit den authentischen Symbolen rauskommt. Und mittlerweile ist es ja so, dass es einige Spiele gab, die da für uns auch Vorreiter waren, die ermöglicht haben, auch in Deutschland die Symbole drinnen zu haben. Wenn man eben ein geschichtliches Produkt macht, was insofern korrekt ist. Das heißt, wir bieten dem Spieler die Option, du kannst auswählen, willst du die authentischen Symbole einschalten oder willst du sie ausschalten.
Okay.
Das heißt, wir haben den Weg gewählt, man kann es machen, wenn man das möchte und wählt sich selbst aus.
Ich glaube, das ist auch die smarteste Lösung, die man anbieten kann.
Genau.
Daher sehr gut. Das freut mich natürlich sehr. Vielen Dank. Sag mal, die Zeit ist leider auch schon fast zu Ende.
Ich könnte noch so viel erzählen.
Du könntest natürlich so viel erzählen. Ich könnte auch den ganzen Tag noch weiterfragen, aber leider läuft das hier leider nicht so. Ich danke dir trotzdem sehr, dass du heute vorbeigekommen bist. Ich freue mich auf Kommandos. Gibt es schon Release-Date oder?
Ende des Jahres.
Ende des Jahres. Okay, das ist schon mal ein Zeitraum.
Genau, wir machen jetzt noch eine Closed Beta. Das vielleicht noch zur Info. Noch kann man sich registrieren eine Woche lang und dann so circa 2 Wochen nach der Messe geht es los. Da können auch die Leute schon mal reingucken und uns noch Feedback geben, ist uns super wichtig.
Sehr, sehr gut. Dann nochmals vielen Dank und habt noch eine schöne Gamescom.
Danke gleichfalls.
So, das war es erstmal wieder von uns hier aus dem Studio. Ihr wisst mittlerweile, ihr kennt den Drill. Einfach dranbleiben. Hier kommen weitere spannende Themen für euch. Bis gleich.
Tobi, ich freue mich riesig, dich wiederzusehen. Weißt du das?
Ich auch. Hat wirklich lange gedauert.
Ja, wir stehen jetzt hier auch schon seit 3 Stunden. Es ist im Grunde genommen super heiß und wir warten auf irgendein Spiel, warte mal, wie heißt es? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Und ich frage mich die ganze Zeit, wie hat sich das für dich angefühlt, so zu tun, als würdest du nicht wissen, dass es in Entwicklung ist?
Es war richtig schrecklich. Seit Jahren sitze ich da ran und immer alle, hey, Kingdom Come 2, wann kommt's denn das? Und ich so,
Ich weiß nicht, worum es geht. Was ist ein Kingdom Come Deliverance?
Wer sind Sie und was wollen Sie von mir?
Wir sind jetzt hier an dem Stand von Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Super geil und ihr seht ja hier nicht so viel und wir warten jetzt schon 2 Stunden und ich würde sagen, wir skippen einfach mal die Line, oder?
So. Gaukler, öffnen das Tor bitte. So, weißt du?
Danke.
Star Power, mein Freund.
Wunderbar. Dann zeig uns doch mal deinen Bauernmarkt.
Okay, let's go. Und zwar gehen wir hier einmal um die Ecke. Und zwar sind wir jetzt hier am wunderschönen Kingdom Come Deliverance Markt.
Ja.
Die Idee ist, die Leute, die hier stehen und nicht zum Gaukler gehen, sondern einfach mal spielen gehen, kriegen dann so ein Säcklein mit ein paar Münzen, Prager Groschen.
Ah, der Prager Groschen.
Der Prager Groschen kennt man ja. Und den können sie dann eintauschen hier für Merchandise, für T-Shirts, für Schlüsselanhänger und so Kram. Das heißt Gamify the Booth so ein bisschen.
Ja, aber du bindest die Leute auch dementsprechend an dein Produkt.
Selbstverständlich.
Das ist super smart
Außerdem
gemacht.
fand ich es richtig langweilig. Einfach hier, danke fürs Spielen, hier hast du ein T-Shirt. Und dann, ey komm, dann hier hast du ein paar Münzen. Geh nochmal in den Markt, der wunderschön geworden ist, mit den tollen Leuten, die hier arbeiten. Aber Diebe, die wollen wir nicht. Diebe und Cheater, die wollen wir nicht.
Das sieht mir hier auch schon eher nach Prag aus. Ja. So das, aber
mit deinen fetten
Armen
geht das.
Ich bin ein bisschen zu dick. Bin leider ein bisschen zu dick. Guck mal, hier passt rein.
Ja. Ja, siehst du mal. Arm ab. Naja, schade.
Lieber Arm ab als Arm dran.
Genau.
Ne? Das ist auch das Motto vom Spiel. Wenn du jetzt eine Core-Fanbase hast, wie jetzt von Kingdom Come Deliverance, die ja wirklich Hardcore-Liebhaber sind von diesem Genre, wie bridgt ihr diese Lücke zwischen, okay, wir machen jetzt eine Fortsetzung von einem Spiel, wir wollen natürlich technologisch eins draufsetzen, gameplaymäßig eins draufsetzen, storytechnisch eins draufsetzen, aber dann hast du die Leute, die sozusagen dieses Core-Spiel, diesen Vorgänger ja so lieben. Wie bridgt man diese Lücke?
Also erstmal damit, dass du halt Sachen reinbringst, die von Kingdom Come 1 sind, zum Beispiel das Huhn hier, immer noch, wenn du immer, don't punch, bitte nicht das Huhn schlagen, das explodiert dann nämlich. Ja,
aber es ist ganz süß.
Ja, das ist die kleine Bernadette. Nee, aber die Sache ist die, dass wir versuchen wirklich sehr, sehr hart die Leute reinzubringen, die das noch nie gespielt haben. Man muss Kingdom Come 2 nicht können, oder Kingdom Come 1 nicht kennen, um Kingdom Come 2 geil zu finden, weil wir ganz langsam behutsam die Leute halt ranbringen wollen. Aber die es kennen, die werden sich dann halt sofort alle heim wiederfinden, kennen die ganzen Charaktere. Wir sagen dir alle wichtigen Informationen. Das bist du, das ist dein Kumpel, das ist ein Brief, den musst du jetzt zu der Burg da schleppen. Aber alles andere ist wirklich, das Spiel langsam bringt es dich.
Aber was mir wirklich so gefallen hat, ist, dass es ja so einen sehr überrealistischen Charakter hat. Also wenn ich auf den Sack kriege, kriege ich richtig auf den Sack. Ist das im zweiten Teil immer noch eine Core-Mechanik?
Naja, wenn du eine gute Rüstung hast, dann ist das mit dem auf den Sack kriegen nicht so ganz so schlimm, weil das Kampfsystem ist immer noch so, dass du halt wirklich mit den verschiedenen Richtungen und mit den verschiedenen Zonen, wenn du da drauf haust, aber dann Plattenrüstung hast, bist du gesichert. Aber generell, dieser Überrealismus, ich glaube, es ist ein bisschen übertrieben. Es ist wirklich nicht so, wir machen hier keinen Simulator und keine hundertprozentig realistische Kopie des Mittelalters oder so. Wir versuchen ein Videospiel zu bringen, was Spaßiges, cool ist, aber diese Authentizität hat, dass wir das versuchen. Echtes Schwertkampf, echte Rüstungen, echt Minigames, wie sich halt wirklich. Wir wollen, dass die Immersion so groß ist, dass du einfach versinkst in Böhmen 1403.
Aber schön, dass du Böhmen sagst, weil im Grunde genommen, ihr habt ja auch so ein schönes Presseevent gehabt, wo ihr die ganze Stadt de facto einfach abkopiert habt für das Spiel. Was war für dich die größte Herausforderung bisher an Kingdom Come Deliverance, wo du auch sagst, du kannst nicht darauf warten, dass die Community das sieht?
Boah, das ist wirklich eine harte Sache. Kuttenberg, auf jeden Fall die Stadt, die wir da reinbringen, das ist ein Riesending, das war auch die größte Challenge. Als der Bürgermeister von Kuttenberg herausgefunden hat, dass Kingdom Come 2 da stattfindet, war der absolut fertig und hat gesagt, oh, alles was ihr wollt, kein Problem. Und für mich ist es tatsächlich die Mittelalterstadt, die Leute sich angucken können und dann wirklich ein Riesending. Und meiner Meinung nach ist halt die Story von Kingdom Come so packend, ist halt wie ein playable Netflix-Movie so ein bisschen oder Netflix-Series. Also wirklich Crossroad-Decisions, alles geht schief, aber dann doch irgendwie gut und so weiter. Ist also wirklich spannend. Und natürlich die Kämpfe.
Upsi.
Upsi Daisy.
Upsi. Er ist gestürzt. Er ist nicht tot, also ist alles gut. Ne? Da kann man schon mal klatschen.
Ja.
Eine Sache, die du der Community sagen willst, die sich schon so auf das Spiel freut.
Danke, dass ihr da am Ball geblieben seid. Wirklich, nicht davon reden zu dürfen, war vielleicht noch viel schlimmer, als ihr, die davon nicht hören konntet. Also wie gesagt, wir freuen uns wirklich, dass ihr da seid. Wir freuen uns wirklich, wir spüren die Liebe, wir sehen das hier an der Gamescom, wir sehen das aber auch online. Feedback auf die Trailer und sowas, die wir rausgebracht haben. Wie gesagt, wir freuen uns extrem, endlich Kingdom Come 2 auf den Markt zu bringen und euch dabei zuzusehen, wie ihr Spaß habt, in Böhmen den Leuten auf die Fresse zu hauen. Und das ist ein dickes Ding und wir freuen uns wirklich.
Auf die Fresse hauen ist auch das Stichwort. Ich würde sagen, wir gehen jetzt, Tobias, Herr von Stolz-Zwilling, ich würde sagen, wir gehen jetzt wieder zum Pöbel und schauen uns an, was der Pöbel so treibt. Nicht wahr? Sie warten ja in der Schlange.
Gaukler, hol das Essen!
Liebe Leute, ich habe einen ganz besonderen Gast, den habe ich gerade hier durch Zufall kennengelernt. Das ist Marc, der ist hier am Kingdom Come Deliverance Stand und er ist eigentlich Lehrer. Wie kommt's, dass du hier in voller Rüstung stehst?
Ja, hallo zusammen, hallo Gamescom, mein Name ist Marc Wamsler und tatsächlich wurden wir hier alle gebucht, zusammen mit der Rittergilde aus Berlin und wir haben hier die Möglichkeit, Schwertkämpfe zu zeigen und ich als Lehrer habe sogar meine Schüler dabei, einen Teil meiner Schüler.
Wie kommt es, dass du überhaupt sage ich mal, also meine Lehrer sind nicht darauf gekommen, mich auf eine Gamescom zu schicken. Wie kommt es dazu, dass du deine Schüler nicht nur mit auf die Gamescom nimmst, sondern auch noch wir sehen hier, die reagieren sich im Hintergrund gerade ein bisschen ab, sondern auch noch zum Kampf animierst und in Ritterrüstung dabei hast? Also wie kommt es?
Ja, ganz einfach. Zum einen bin ich selber passionierter Gamer, schon seit Jahrzehnten. Und mir ist es wichtig, einfach auch mit den Schülern zu differenzieren. Also Videospiele können tatsächlich auch den Unterricht bereichern. Ja? Also wir haben so ein Spiel wie Kingdom Come Deliverance und das einfach super die Geschichte transportiert, wo man wirklich super auch im Unterricht integrieren kann. Und mir ist es wichtig, den Schülern auch zu zeigen, hey, ein Ritter hat nicht, also es ist das eine, einen Ritter auf der Playstation oder auf der Konsole zu spielen, aber mal 20, 30 Kilo Ritterrüstung und Schwert zu tragen, ist halt nochmal eine andere Hausnummer. Und dazu kommt halt auch der Schwertkampf, der historische, ist halt eine tolle Ergänzung zum Schulsport.
Würdest du sagen, das ist im Grunde genommen Geschichte zum Anfassen?
Auf jeden Fall. Also es ist Geschichtsunterricht zum Anfassen und man hat total als Lehrer die Möglichkeit, Fächerverbünde zu integrieren. Man kann im Sport, wie ihr hier seht, natürlich die Kämpfe machen, wobei hier alles nach Regeln stattfindet natürlich. Also es sieht vielleicht jetzt so aus, aber es ist tatsächlich kein wildes Draufgehaue. Man hat den Kunstunterricht, man kann in die Heraldik gehen, die Schüler malen ihre eigenen Wappen. Also man hat als Lehrer tatsächlich sehr viele Möglichkeiten.
Aber siehst du, das ist im Grunde genommen ja auch genau das, so fächerübergreifend und hier auch in einer Art und Weise, also schon beeindruckend. Jetzt hast du hier ein Schwert dabei, lass mich das mal bitte aus deiner Scheide ziehen. Würdest du sagen, das kommt ungefähr hin, was jetzt so Gewicht und Haptik angeht? Wie nah ist das an einem Original-Mittelalter-Schwert dran?
Also das kommt schon sehr nahe, das ist ein 1,5-Händer. Wir sowie auch die Rittergilde in Berlin. Wir trainieren mit Blankwaffen. Die sind nicht geschliffen, die sind nicht scharf, aber es besteht natürlich schon eine Verletzungsgefahr. Also es ist wirklich schweres Metall und man muss natürlich aufpassen, ja.
Dann probiere ich mich jetzt hier lieber nicht aus, bevor wir noch irgendwo Gliedmaßen runterfahren. Lass es mal wieder reinstecken. Und jetzt werde ich mich mal deinen Schülern im Hintergrund widmen und da auch nochmal nachschauen, bevor sie mir hier eine draufgeben.
Super,
vielen
Spaß.
Dank, Marc.
Super. IGN, macht's gut.
Das lief ja gerade relativ gut für dich. Wie lange hat es gedauert, euch jetzt auf diese Choreografie einzuüben?
Also reine Übungszeit für die Choreografie hatten wir jetzt, ich weiß nicht genau, 2-3 Monate. Aber wir beide machen das schon ziemlich lang. Er seit 11, ich seit 10 Jahren und wir sind Brüder. Also wir sind ziemlich gut aufeinander eingespielt. Das hat es uns natürlich auch nochmal erleichtert.
Und wenn du sagst, ihr seid Brüder, dann ist, wenn es mal daneben geht und man den anderen vielleicht doch ein bisschen härter anpackt, auch gar nicht so schlimm, oder?
Ja, also das passiert natürlich auch immer wieder mal. Das muss man wegstecken können.
Habt ihr schon irgendwo Narben, Brüche? Gibt es schon irgendwelche? Nix, okay. Jetzt bist du bist sozusagen hier die holde Maid. Wenn du jetzt, zeig mal dein Schwert bitte, weil das ist ja doch, also wir haben hier alles dabei. Das ist schon eher, in welche Richtung geht das?
In welche Richtung geht das?
Ja, was ist das für ein Schwert? Wir hatten jetzt gerade einen Einhalbhänder, wir haben hier einen Dolch, sehe ich gerade, ne? Weißt du, was das für ein Schwert ist?
Ich würde kurz an Kai weitergeben.
Das ist ein sogenanntes langes Messer. Unterscheidet sich vom einhändigen Schwert vor allem dadurch, dass es nur auf einer Seite scharf geschliffen ist.
Wie ist es jetzt für dich als Frau in einem Mittelalter-Setting auf einer Gamescom zu sein?
Ja, also ich bin ja hier als Kämpferin in Unterzahl eigentlich. Aber ich finde es eigentlich relativ cool. Im Mittelalter gab es es wahrscheinlich nicht so sehr. Aber ich fühle mich wohl.
Jetzt hat euer Lehrer, der Marc, der hat jetzt sozusagen gerade auch darüber gesprochen, dass ihr ja hier eine ganz einzigartige Symbiose erlebt. Also ihr verbindet zum einen, auf einmal haben wir hier dieses Mittelalter-Setting, wir haben Videospiel, wir haben Gamescom, wir haben Heraldik, wir haben Schwertkampf. Ist das für euch, sag ich mal, normal? Sagt ihr, okay, das passiert in jedem Fach in irgendeiner Form, so Geschichte zum Anfassen in dem Fall? Oder ist das schon was Besonderes?
Ich finde es schon was Besonderes. Weil im Unterricht zum Beispiel hat man jetzt nicht so, ist nicht so greifbar wie hier jetzt zum Beispiel. Hier hat man auch diese Messer zum Beispiel, diese Schwerter, die man anfassen kann. Man hat hier ein Setting, womit man sich auch reinfühlen kann in die Situation. Im Geschichtsunterricht hat man das einfach nicht.
Werdet ihr Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 spielen?
Auf jeden Fall, ja.
Ja, natürlich.
Ich muss ehrlich sagen, ich habe den ersten noch nicht gespielt, aber ich bin auf jeden Fall dabei.
Das ist ja perfekt. Ja? Also wir haben hier sozusagen Schulunterricht, wir haben Gaming, wir haben was Handfestes, eine Prügelei und so weiter und so weiter. Also ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass es eine bessere Art und Weise gibt, den Unterricht zu verfeinern und gleichzeitig noch Leute zum Videospiel zu bringen. Ich bin gespannt, wie ihr das Spiel findet und wie ihr hier die nächsten Tage noch überlebt. Bleibt auf jeden Fall dran, noch für viel mehr auf der Gamescom 2024. Ciao!
Did you forget your clothes somewhere? Oh, at your mother's place when I was shagging her.
Ich habe mich jetzt hier rein verirrt bei Gothic, dem Remake. Ich stehe hier mit dem Florian und ja, wollte ich mal direkt fragen. Also erstmal sehr schöner Booth, das Ambience gefällt mir sehr gut habt ihr das gemacht. Ja, wie läuft es bisher auf der Gamescom für euch und kannst du einmal beschreiben, genau, was mit Gothic los ist dieses Jahr?
Ja, danke erstmal. Hi, Florian, wie gesagt, von THQ. Und es läuft super für uns auf der Gamescom, muss ich sagen. Ihr seht ja, es ist knallvoll hier bei Gothic. Wenn man von draußen filmen würde, wird man eine Riesenschlange an Leuten sehen, an Gothic-Fans oder vielleicht auch solche, die es noch werden möchten, die das Spiel hier ausprobieren möchten. Und ja, Gothic, wenn ich kurz was dazu erzählen darf, ist natürlich das Remake von dem deutschen Rollenspielklassiker. Ja, wer Gothic kennen, glaube ich, die meisten Gamer in Deutschland. Das Spiel, was 2001 erschienen ist, damals von Piranha Bytes entwickelt. Und wir machen jetzt ein komplettes Remake. Remake heißt immer, wir bauen das ganze Spiel komplett neu. Wenn man das Spiel sich heute anguckt, weiß es ist die Grafik, sagen wir mal, ist mittelmäßig gealtert, um es mal freundlich auszudrücken. Es ist halt ewig alt, das muss man mal sagen. Und
die Hitbox ist wirklich halt eine Box und das ist aber auch okay.
Es hat auf jeden Fall seinen Charme, es hat unglaublich viel Flair, dieses Spiel, ja, eine großartige Atmosphäre. Und das ist auch das, was die Fans schätzen. Und deshalb spielen sogar heute noch tausende Menschen auf der Welt das Originalspiel, was jetzt halt wirklich in die Jahre gekommen ist, aber durch Mods und so weiter total am Leben erhalten wird. Und mit dem Remake sind wir jetzt eben auf die sehr potente Unreal Engine gewechselt, die das Ganze sehr, sehr schön aussehen lässt. Und unser Hauptziel ist natürlich, dass wir diesen Charme, das Flair, die Atmosphäre vom Original transportieren, nur eben jetzt in einen neuen, coolen Look.
Finde ich total super, weil letztendlich ja, ist es einfach, wie du ja schon sagst, das Spiel war einfach ein Riesenhit. Es war hat eine ganze Generation beeinflusst sozusagen und ganz ehrlich, so heutzutage würden die wenigsten dann vielleicht sagen, oh, um das nochmal wieder zu erleben, würde ich mir jetzt die alte CD-ROM aus Opas Schrank holen, so, sondern naja, dann ist es natürlich für die super, dass sie ein Remake bekommen. Worauf habt ihr da besonders geachtet, sag ich mal, im Sinne von, also klar, es soll schöner aussehen und so weiter, aber gab es wirklich so fundamentale Sachen, wo ihr gesagt habt, da müssen wir echt nochmal rangehen aus Developer-Sicht?
Absolut, ja. Ich finde es auch schön, dass du sagst, wir haben die CD aus dem Schrank vom Opa geholt. Also ich habe das damals auch gespielt, aber ich bin nur Vater, noch kein Opa. Also so lange ist es dann doch nicht. Ja, aber
du weißt, was ich aber meine.
Direkt angesprochen gefühlt, ich fand es großartig. Schön, ja. Aber es ist ja wirklich lange her. Und ja, also wir haben natürlich, Hauptaugenmerk liegt darauf, das erstmal für die Fans so zu machen, wie die es erwarten, im Endeffekt viel zu erhalten, aber eben auch gezielt manche Sachen anzupacken. Das Kampfsystem zum Beispiel, wer das von früher noch kennt, wird sich wahrscheinlich mit Grausen daran erinnern. Das war halt damals einfach noch nicht so etabliert und bekannt, wie man sowas macht. Mittlerweile haben sich halt die Standards bei Games weiterentwickelt und das neue Kampfsystem wird daran natürlich sich orientieren, wird sehr, sehr moderner sich anfühlen. Wir gehen weiter den Weg eines sehr, sehr minimalistischen UIs, dass also das Spiel sich sehr immersiv anfühlt, dass der Spieler mitten im Geschehen ist oder die SpielerInnen mitten im Geschehen sind natürlich. Und ja, Hauptaugenmerk, wie gesagt, ist das Flair zu erhalten, aber auch ganz behutsam, ganz vorsichtig kleine Neuerungen einzubauen, auch in der bekannten Welt schon. Einige Geheimnisse jetzt quasi zugänglich zu machen, wo früher man als reines Beispiel mal eine verschüttete Mine gesehen hat, wo man nicht rein konnte im Originalspiel. Da kann man jetzt vielleicht reingehen und was Neues entdecken.
Vielleicht, aha, ja, das ist natürlich cool. Dann eben selbst Leute, die vielleicht das Spiel schon in- und auswendig kennen, erleben dann nochmal was Neues. Und bisher, was sagen die Leute so, die hier ein bisschen getestet haben? So die Reception?
Also wir kriegen hier sehr, sehr gutes Feedback, ne? Muss man auch sagen. Die Community von Gothic ist auch sehr, wie drücke ich das jetzt aus?
Leidenschaftlich.
Ja, genau, sehr detailverliebt, sehr leidenschaftlich. Die wissen also ganz genau, was sie wollen. Und es gibt natürlich jetzt nicht nur die eine Community-Meinung, sondern es gibt natürlich Dutzende. Ja? Und das rauszufiltern, ist halt eine wichtige Aufgabe für uns. Wir hatten auch, als wir das Spiel angekündigt haben, vor 5 Jahren schon, das Remake angekündigt haben, einen Playable Teaser gemacht, der einfach damals nur gedient hat dafür, um mal die Stimmung in der Community auszuloten. Den haben wir dann kostenlos auf Steam veröffentlicht, konnte jeder spielen. Und das, was wir da jetzt haben, der Demo, die wir jetzt hier haben, ist komplett was anderes. Ja? Die Demo, die Leute hier erleben können, ist ein kleiner Prolog zum Spiel. Man spielt also nicht den klassischen, aus Gothic bekannten namenlosen Helden hier auf der Gamescom, sondern eben den Nyras. Das ist ein NPC, den viele Gothic-Fans auf jeden Fall kennen. Und wer Gothic nicht kennt, wird ihn halt eines Tages kennenlernen, hoffentlich. Und wir zeigen das Spiel halt eben hier für die ganzen Leute vor Ort. In Halle 7 sind wir hier, also wer vorbeikommen möchte auf der Gamescom, bis Sonntagabend sind wir noch hier. Und ansonsten gibt es auch sehr viele Streams, zum Beispiel bei IGN, wo das Spiel vorgestellt wird. Und ja, dann kann man sich da auch mal angucken, was wir da so in petto haben.
Also da muss ich ja direkt mal zu sagen, das finde ich ja super smart und eigentlich sehr schön von euch. Erstmal die Idee erstmal kommen. So, wir nehmen einfach den NPC, den alle gefeiert haben. Mit dem machen wir eine kleine Prelude. Das ist natürlich super. Das können sich ganz viele Games abgucken. Weil ich kenne so viele NPCs, die rent-free in meinem Kopf leben. Und mit denen möchte ich eigentlich auch mal sehen, wie die Welt so erleben. Fantastisch. Ey, ich danke dir. Wir gucken uns das Ganze noch mal ein bisschen an, würde ich sagen. Vielleicht spiele ich auch mal eine Runde. Vielleicht laufen wir da mal kurz durch die Gegend. Und,
das macht echt Laune.
Ja, und dann wünsche ich dir noch eine schöne Gamescom.
Dankeschön, euch auch. Viel Erfolg. Und danke fürs Zuschauen.
Whether you've been a loyal fan for years or are just looking for a true RPG experience, welcome back to the Colony.
Tja, wir haben eine Menge erlebt an Tag 3 hier auf der Gamescom 2024. Das Studio war pickepacke voll, die Hallen ebenso und wir hatten Indie am Start.
Und wir freuen uns auf Indies.
Oh,
Versteht
morgen.
ihr? Der Wortwitz. Da habe ich sehr lange drüber nachgedacht.
Ja, ich glaube es.
Das hat sehr viel, also auch sehr viel Energie verbraucht. Deswegen ist dann jetzt auch langsam Schluss und Feierabend für mich.
Aber es ist toll, wir freuen uns auf die Indies morgen. Ein ganzer Tag nur für Indies.
Und für
nur
euch.
Für euch. Definitiv einschalten.
Ciao.
Tschüss.